Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men initially. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm I see a dream. That dream is green, and I don't mean material things. Freedom to the land, child, woman, and man, as we take up for what we stand. Better days and better nights, as we stand and unite. We're one and the same. Why is it so hard not to point and to blame? Better sheet, get our houses in order, and we'll see the peace. There are steps that we must take if we want to see.
I see my people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us.
The sake of us, the sake of us. I
see my people rising, no more stopping us. Couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. No more failing, telling, being beneath. What a beautiful moment, and a sight I can't wait to see. Even if I miss it, at least I was a part of the mission. Changing lives of men, women, and children. All glory goes to He that causes us all to be. And if they're thinking we can, we show them that. Just as long as we stand, a monument. We the people can't be broken as long as we stay focused. I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America. The peace rose for the sake of us. For the sake of us. I see my people rising, no more stopping us. A couple billion acres across America, us. The peace rose for the sake of us. I see my people rising, yeah.
Shabbat Shalom again, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Beulah Land at Temple Kepharim. May the Most High be praised. Did you say your prayers this morning at 5 o'clock, family? Did you say your prayers this morning at 5 o'clock? Did you say your prayers yesterday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Did you say your prayers last night before you went to sleep? That's my message for today. My message for today is to include the Creator in everything that you do. Oftentimes we live life and life be just living, just be moving, just be going. And we don't remember to give the Most High His praise or even acknowledge Him until we settle down, until we slow down. Like usually the most time we do it is at night when we go to bed. Usually we remember to do that, usually. But for the most part, we don't. Throughout the course of the day, we don't think on the Most High on those ways. And a lot of that is because we haven't gravitated the Most High in our essence as of yet. A lot of us we have a lot of improving to do. But we're going to have other brothers and sisters to hold us accountable that we can all stand up together. You ever notice how when you was living a life of sin, you had other brothers and sisters to help you to live that life of sin? Well, how about living a life of righteousness? Having brothers and sisters that you can trust to uplift you, to help you, and to motivate you to live a life of righteousness. Be careful the circle you keep around you, because the circle you have around you will either influence you to do righteously, or they will influence you to do the negative thing. How do you know if they'll influence you to do righteously? First, you have to open your eyes and stop being in denial. Stop being so desperate to have people around. Stop being so desperate to be a friend, or a so-called friend, or a companion, or an associate. Sometimes it's even your family members. You're so desperate to fit in with people, but you know their lifestyle is not the lifestyle that the Most High has chosen for you. In your heart, you know you can do better. In your heart, you want to do better. And you don't understand why you just keep falling and failing. You don't understand why it seems to be so difficult for you to be the person that you really want to be in your life. And a lot of times, family, it's those people you got around you that doesn't lift you up when you get weak, when you get slow. You say, I'm going to stop smoking. I'm not going to smoke no cigarettes no more. I'm done with cigarettes. And you go off for 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5 days, and then all of a sudden you come around one of them people you thought was your friend, your companion, your sister, your brother, even your mother and your father sometimes, or your kryptonite. And they sitting around, hey, you want a cigarette? No, man, I don't smoke no more. So they smoke right in your face, blow the smoke in your face, tease you with it sometimes even, just to excite you, to ignite you. And you had the strength to resist at that moment, but then after a while, you start sitting back and you start thinking, or something come up in your life, first thing you do is go back and get that cigarette. It's because the people you have around you don't compass you and encircle you with righteousness and greatness and self-determination and discipline. Whenever you want to change something about you, you have to stay disciplined. A lot of that ties right back into our mentioning the Most High, thinking on the Most High, worshiping and praising the Most High throughout the course of our day. Because when you started to fall weak, if you will remember the covenant that you made to the Most High, it will give you strength and energy. I know, because I've been there. I was right in your situation. I might not have been in your situation, boy, because you got some stuff with you. I might not have been in with that right there, but I've been in those situations where I made a covenant between me and the Most High, and I said I wasn't going to do a particular thing. And I was cool until I got in that circle. And when I got in that circle, it wasn't that the circle influenced me at that time. What it was on a more spiritual thing. That circle carries spiritual energy. And that spiritual energy didn't take hold of me until I got away from that circle and was out on myself, all in the quiet. And then I just started smoking that stuff again, getting them cigarettes. And, I searched the house for a small pack because I thought something was on my mind. I thought something was heavy on my mind. I thought it was weighing where I just had to go. No, you got to change your environment. You got to change the way you think. You have to change so many things to change your behavior. And that's what we have to realize. And if you're a promiscuous person, and we all adults here, well, not most of us are adults, so you know what promiscuity is. If you're thinking on the Most High throughout the course of your day, when that promiscuous spirit revs up on you, you will detect it from its conception, and you will be able to destroy it and remove it and eradicate it from your life, so that you don't travel down that road and then have to go later on and say, Creator, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. There you did. That's why you did it. It didn't mean it, Dad. You did. You did. That's why you did it. But you know that the Most High is so merciful, at least you believe he is. And that this time, you got another opportunity to make it right with the Creator and ask for forgiveness and keep it moving. Sometimes the Most High will catch you in the midst of contemplating wickedness and do whatever he's going to do with you. You know, our job is to remain loyal to the Most High, always have the Most High on our mind, give him his praise day, morning, noon, all day. Thank the Most High constantly. Even when you ain't in prayer, under your breath, be acknowledging this King. Do it so hard, so much, so long that you don't even realize you do it anymore. Because you have become accustomed to saying thank you, Abi. Toda Rabah, Abi. You know, thank you so very much, Creator. Under your breath, in the back of your mind, you know, all day throughout the course of the day, and I promise you, it will help to empower you to make it through your days. It will bring about a spirit upon you like you've never had before. You know, the Creator says in the law, in the scriptures, not the law, but in the scriptures, he says, meditate on my word daily. In the morning, the noon, the afternoon, and at night, meditate on my word daily. Why is it that he tells the king to recite or write the law throughout the course of his life? Why? What happens here is in the process of you uttering those words, you're putting out a certain energy in the universe that's only going to come back to you greater fold. When you uttering, thank you, Creator, it only comes back to you greater. It causes a spirit from the eternal to rest upon you every time you do that. And if you're one like me and we need help in this journey out here to resist the things that tempt us and things that will harm us and hurt us, we need help. So we need to be saying these things under our breath constantly all the time. Thanking the Creator as we go, thanking the Creator as we think, thanking the Creator as we sit. Even when you're in the restroom, thanking the Creator. When you lay down, you thank the Creator. When you rise up, you thank the Creator. He tell you that in the law, that part right there. Throughout the course of your day, always meditate and thanking the Most High. Always meditating on him and thanking him. The Creator will bring about a spirit upon you that will cause your life to be much easier, much simpler, because you are incorporating a new mindset into your body, into your essence, into your subconscious mind. You are incorporating a new mindset which will make the things that you thought were difficult, like stop smoking weed, stop smoking cigarettes, stop smoking crack, stop being promiscuous, stop stealing, stop lying, stop robbing, stop hurting people, stop being mean to your wives or your wife. Anything in those manners, the Most High will make those things simple for you once you begin to call on him throughout the course of your day. You ain't even got to want nothing. Just say, thank you, Creator. Thank you, Abi. Thank you. Whatever you call the Most High, you might have a name for the Most High. I don't have no name for the Most High. I have attributes. But whatever you call on the Most High, that's what you do. You thank him throughout the course of your day. And and the Most High will respond to you by certain spirits being released to you, certain energies coming upon you. I promise you it'll work. I promise you. Try me if you think I'm lying, if you think I'm wrong, you think Prince is mistaken, challenge him. And the only way you can challenge him is to do it. Try it for a month and see what happens. If your life don't change, if you don't find yourself with more energy and more strength, I want you to come back and tell me to my face that it didn't work. The difficulties you have in life are only mental. That's why a person with a different mind don't have the difficulties that you have. And if you got a person with the difficulties that you have, it's because they think just like you. They think like you. You have to change your mindset. You have to change the way you think. And in one of the ways of changing the way you think is by meditating on the Most High daily, calling upon his name, and living to be the best version of yourself that you can possibly be. For in that, the Most High will bring you peace. I promise you. I don't care what your situation is. Prayer alone is not enough. What I'm teaching you is a constant form of prayer. Coming to the Shabbat service alone is not enough. What I'm teaching you is a constant Shabbat service. Wearing your fringes is not enough. What I'm doing with teaching you is how to put your fringes in your inward parts as opposed to your outward parts only. I'm trying to tell you and show you and teach you and share with you how to win the favor with the Most High King. And you know they tell you you can't teach what you don't have. You can't give what you don't have. You can't share what you don't know. So Prince is trying to help. I'm just trying to be a servant to the people like I promised the Most High I would be. He gave me an opportunity and I went all out on it. And now here we are, 30-something years later, standing before the Most High's people, still in captivity though. I can't wait for that to change. I can't wait for that to turn. Still here teaching the Most High's people. If you don't believe me, look up Temple Kephirim. You'll see videos from 94, 95, 96, 97, 2001, 2002, all them years. Because we've been here for a long time and we ain't playing. We serious about the people of the Most High. We have a place for you all in our heart that's real, genuine. And we want to see you be your best to do your best. Now, I know a lot of people don't like Prince. I know that. I don't care. It don't bother me, but they respect me. They respect me. They will. And I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. You cannot deny that Prince is here to help to serve the people to get closer to the Most High. No matter what you say, no matter what walk of life you in, it's all right. My job is etched in stone, and I know who I am. I know what I have to do, and I know my assignment. And I've been on my assignment for a long time now. Let's go, family. Let's make this happen. Let's do this. Because you can. You got the power. You got the strength. You got the ability. Now you got the teachings. So put all that together and make it happen. How many of you have been living this life for 10, 15, 20 years even, maybe more, and you still got the same problems you had 10, 15, 20 years ago? How many? Let's just be honest. You're in the same condition, if not worse, than you were in 10, 15 years ago. Life is about elevation, progress, motivation, development, learning, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You should not be in the same place that you were just last year. You should have elevated in a higher level, a higher consciousness, in a higher determination place where you are feeling more better spiritually, financially, mentally, emotionally. You should be in a whole totally different zone right now, higher, better, easier than where you are just last year. And if you're not, then that means you're doing something wrong. And if you're an individual that, if you look back at your life 15 years ago and you still doing the exact same things today that you were doing 15 years ago, your mindset hasn't changed. And you're not worshiping and serving this king like you should. There's a whole lot more to it. And you're missing something. You know, there's no way that anything that lives for a substantial amount of time remains the same. But many of us, we have gotten worse. We got 3 or 4 more children, 4 or 5 added on to the bunch, and we ain't making no more money. We ain't got no new husband. We ain't got no new wife. We just toe up. But yet we got 4 or 5 new kids, 3 or 4 new baby mamas. You know, getting high. We getting high the same. We still smoke the same ganja. No, matter of fact, we add a little bit of crack or cocaine to, you know, we lacing. We doing all kind of stuff. Y'all know y'all twisted. We got issues, man. But yet you call yourself a child of the Most High. But you don't exemplify superior power because the Most High is supreme. His power is infinite. And if you are his child, then you should demonstrate a certain type of discipline and control of a God. You know what I mean? Of a power. You should. You shouldn't be like everybody else. You shouldn't be like the average person. And too many of us are average. Let me put it this way. Too many of us are royalty, but living the life of an average person. When are we going to stop what we're doing and change and become better? We have the ability. We are the children of the Most High. There's nobody greater than us. There's nobody stronger than us. There's nobody more wise, more intelligent than us. But when are we going to utilize what the Most High has given us as a strength and move out full force and do our very best to be our best? There's no reason why Black people should be making more money than anybody else and living the way we live on the bottom of the totem pole. There's no reason. There's no reason why all of our children should be dying in the streets. How many we had this month? I think it's been like 8. We had close to 8 of our children died this month. Between this month and last month, we had about 8 people died, murdered, killed.
That we heard about.
Yeah, that we heard about. How about that? Now that's true. And that's a fact. And this is sad. And what we going to do about it? We're going to march. We're going to raise our voice a little bit. I'll tell you what, family, let's make a deal. Let's make an arrangement. How about if we decide to do a fast and give it to the Most High, our true strength, our true power? And that fast that we do, and I'm not just talking about food. What I'm talking about that fast is denying yourself of your own pleasures, the weed, the cigarettes, the women. What else we do that take us out of our path of righteousness? The lying, stealing. What was that, Ima?
Alcohol, drinking.
Alcohol. Yeah, the alcohol. All those things. And you're like, Prince, what any of that got to do with anything? You won't know until you stop it. Until you change it. I remember I had a brother with me just not too long ago. One of the brothers was riding around with me. We stayed together for a good 2 weeks, I think, 2, maybe 3 weeks. Well, prior to that, the brother used to smoke weed. And when he was riding around with me, we was in like maybe 5 days, maybe a week into him not having any weed. And the brother confessed to me about how his mind was altering. It's just getting clear. He's starting to see things. His mind is growing. It's starting, things that he couldn't remember is starting to come back to him. And this the brother, these was his words. And how good he felt because he separated himself from that marijuana or that poison on that street for that period of time. And I was proud of the brother. You know, the brother put forth great effort. And I pray that the brother's still on that journey, still living that life, you know, void of that marijuana and those cigarettes and that crack and that coke and all those other things and that liquor, that alcohol and those women. And I pray that that brother is still strong. I pray that he's still strong doing his thing. And if he's not, then maybe he can take heed to these words. And maybe he can gravitate toward these things and improve himself again. Just because you fall off don't mean it's the end of the world. I mean, it's time to get back on that straddle and take on that challenge and rededicate yourself fervently with more energy, more strength, and more dedication to this King. There are so many of us out here with these issues. Different issues are destroying our lives, but we can conquer them by keeping the Most High in the forefront of our mind. You know, a lot of people make their prayers, but everybody is not doing the best they can do to please the Creator. Because in pleasing the Creator, it will please you. Your whole life will be a pleasant place to be, as opposed to the life that you're living now. So let's keep it in mind, family. Let's keep it in mind. The only way that we can truly live and please the Creator is by pleasing ourselves in righteousness. Meaning that if I set a time that I'm going to get up 5 o'clock in the morning and make prayer, I do that every week with no hesitation, every day with no hesitation, and it won't hurt me. You understand? And it won't hurt me. If I put it in my mind that I'm not going to steal anymore, I'm not going to drink alcohol anymore. I'm not going to smoke cigarettes anymore. I'm not going to be promiscuous with women who are not my nashim, or women. I'm not going to be promiscuous with men who are not my ish. For a woman, if we can put these things in our mind and our spirit, and then have the Most High constantly in the back of our minds, constantly thanking Him, praising Him, and worshiping Him, even when it ain't that time for us to prostrate on the floor throughout the course of our day, it will empower us to be significantly stronger than we were, and we will be successful. And if you ever get tempted to the degree where you feel like you want to backtrack and do some of the things that you used to do, it will hurt you so much harder to do so. I remember years ago. How many of you remember the late Nazi Camus? How many of y'all remember the late Nazi Camus? Yeah. So I remember Nazi Camus and I was having a conversation one day. And Nazi Camus said that he thinks the Creator is disappointed in him. He wouldn't tell me why, but it was something that he had done in his life. And he said to me that he thinks the Creator is disappointed in him for something that he did. And I don't know what it was. He never expressed that to me. And I said, I can understand. I said, this is him and I having a man-to-man conversation. And I said to him, one of my fears is letting the Creator down. One of my fears in life is disappointing the Creator. The Creator takes us and does a whole lot for us, put a whole lot in our hands, put a lot of responsibilities in the hands of a lot of us as well. But He takes us and actually, and I'm talking about from the greatest to the least of us, He puts a whole lot of trust in us, a whole lot of responsibility in us. Now, rather we stand up to the plate and take on that responsibility, that's a different thing. But the Most High puts it in our hands. And I would only pray that you understand what I mean when I say I fear letting the Most High down. One time I got incarcerated. I had trial, or jury trial. And I was facing good 90 years maybe in jail for something that I did, but I did it righteously. And I remember when they called my name, when they was reading the verdict, they called my name, and that last name, my name was fully Hebrew. Kizaridar Benai Yisrael. And when they called my name in that courtroom, feeling came over me that it's really very difficult to explain. But I had to stand up. They said, stand. That's the judge when he's getting ready to read to you the verdict. And this pain, this emotion, I don't know how to describe it. It just ran all through my body as I went to stand up. And I stood up and I couldn't stop crying. Tears just flowing down my face like a little kid. And I felt like I disappointed the Creator. Not for what I did, but just the simple fact that I had to stand and let these heathens in this country judge over me, who is a representative, a servant of the Most High King. I felt that. And I felt that was completely unnecessary, but I had to do what I had to do. And I got where I got and did what I did. And I felt like I had brought shame on the name of the Creator at that time. It took me a while to get over that. Yeah, it took me a while to get over that, but I got over it. I asked the Creator for forgiveness for wrapping him up and all that. Because whenever, to me, and I don't know how you feel, but whenever you out in the public and you got a Hebrew name, you're supposed to represent something greater than yourself. Just by having that name, you represent greatness, righteousness, royalty. Just by having that name. Your last name, Yisrael, Yahuda, that's the most famous, Naphtali, Zebulun. These are the names. I mean, we have these last names. And these last names are not names that should ever be mentioned in some foolery or some disrespect, crazy stuff. These names should be mentioned. Well, who fed the 5,000? Zebulun, that brother Nasik Zebulun, he fed the 5,000. Who saved the homeless? The brother Yisrael, Nasik Yisrael saved the homeless. That sister Medea Bat Yahuda, she the one who fed and saved the little children that were starving, fed the neighbors down the street on the block. Our name should only be mentioned in righteousness, positive things, helpful things to elevate the consciousness of people, to help bring them out of the prison houses. And I just felt like I had disappointed the king. You know, and I couldn't imagine myself smoking crack, living in a gutter on a street, smoking crack, looking up from a trash bag, and the police kick me and say, "Hey, what's your name, boy?" "Prince Kazari Dar, it's my name. What's up?" Yisrael, from a trash can in the gutter with a bag over me, smoking a pipe. And when I'm asked my name, I look up and I got to recite holiness to these people, but I'm not living holiness in my life. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's going to be things you just get caught up in. But a lot of the things that happen to you, the majority of them, is because of the things we voluntarily live and incorporate in our lives. And a result of the things that we voluntarily do in our lives, it was get us where we at. I'm talking about a pain, a cringe, a hurt, an ache throughout your body. That's always been my fear, to disappoint the Creator. And that's why when people tell you negative things about me, it's okay, because they hating. It's all right, that's what they do. It's not that I've ever done anything intentional to bring harm or hurt or danger to our people and disrespect this king. Never. And I pray that I never do. But my haters out there will tell you a whole lot of stuff, their version and their twists. And they'll add to it the way that they want to add to it to make you think that I'm this bad person. But that's okay. Because everybody ain't going to like you when you stand on the side of righteousness. Especially when you're disciplined. They ain't going to like you. You don't believe me? Change your behavior today and watch how many of your friends that you thought was your friends separate themselves from you. Oh, you don't get high with us no more? Man, we ain't messing with you. You ain't going to the club with us no more? Man, we ain't messing with you. You ain't going to go hit these dudes with us no more? Man, we ain't messing with you. They will separate from you. We ain't going to hit the streets no, man, I'm changed. I'm not doing that no more. And they gone. You don't believe me? Change the way you conduct yourself, the way you act. Stop doing those things that you know is not pleasing to the Creator, and watch how many people fall off out your life. I rock by myself. I rock by myself. They come along, we in it, we gonna get it. You come, I'm with you, we gonna make it happen. But other than that, I don't go look for nobody to be high. I've been doing this for my whole life by my lone self. I don't need a crowd. I don't need a lot of people to do what I got to do. I just ain't never been that way. And you shouldn't be that way either. A lot of us look for the approval of outside people to make us feel acceptable. That's part of our problem as well. Don't look for the approval from the outside people. Look for the approval of the Most High. Look for his approval by having him constantly in your mind throughout the course of your day, focused on him and how he would like for you to respond to a situation, how he would like for you to act in a situation, how he would like for you to be, how he would like for you to dress. All these things lay at the throne of the Most High and do it in accordance to what he has for you to do. I watched a video the other day that talked about a young lady, not a young lady. It talked about young ladies, females, period. And what it talked about is how these young ladies, I thought about one of my daughters when it came over and they told me this too. How these young ladies wear these little clothes, these booty shorts, and their breasts be hanging all out and their stomachs be out with the piercings, with the little waistband around their stomachs, and they be virgins. But they walk around like that. They're not even promiscuous. It's not even about sex with them. It's not even about that. What it is from the psychologist, what she says is, what it is these people are seeking the approval of outside people. So therefore, they dress like they're promiscuous, and they're not. They're saints when it comes to promiscuity. They ain't doing none of that stuff. But they dress like that because they're seeking the approval of other people. They're trying to fit in. They're trying to look like they're something that they're really not. And they do it so long that becomes a part of them till they end up getting caught up in something, and then somebody take advantage of them and hurt and harm them because they gave the impression that they were one way, but they really wasn't. Because they're trying to please people, trying to fit in with people. Yes, attention seekers. That's exactly what it is. Attention seekers. And it's not good. It's dangerous. A lot of their girlfriends, they out there. Their girlfriends dress like that, so they dress like that. They not where their girlfriends at half the time because the girlfriend's out there getting it in, sometimes coming to the house 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning from some dude house. But they don't do that. They'll go over to the dude house and nothing won't happen. And then they'll come back home 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning to their parents, and it's okay. Because the parents, or their minds, is like the streets also. We got to rise from all that, family. And a lot of us, we do the drugs we do the stealing we do the promiscuity that we do. A lot of the things we do that we don't silently, low-key know why we do it, but what it is because you're an attention seeker. You just got caught up in the mix while you was out there trying to please everybody else. How do you know if this is you? If you say to yourself in your mind, I'm going to stop this. I'm not going to do this no more. I'm going to leave this alone. And then find yourself hanging around the same people and that they're doing all those things and you eventually end up doing all those things again, then you're the same way. You're an attention seeker. You just like the virgin wearing the booty shorts and a halter top with her stomach hanging out. You just like her, just like she was. She didn't want the drama, but she wanted to look like she wanted the drama. And eventually the drama found her and it hurt her and it hit her hard. And it was nobody she could blame but herself. Same thing for you. This is why I suggest we keep the Most High in our spirit daily, always on our mind, constantly. The Most High will be our strength. The Most High will be our victory. He will give us what we need. He will give us the proper spirits to overcome the adversity and the harsh times. We got to trust in him. And we got to stop playing church by going to the houses of worship on the Shabbat and not fully submitting and committing ourselves to this king. One of the Hebrew sisters just recently passed away. And I want to give a shout out to Sister Deborah Yolanda Michelle Costin, one of my spiritual daughters, I want to give her a shout out on this day. We just buried her yesterday. I had to fly down here in Philadelphia and perform the service, putting her away, her final resting place on this earth, her physical life. She's still living. She off wherever the Most High sent her. But her physical body, I had to put it in the ground, in the dirt yesterday. And I'm grateful. May the Most High be praised with our efforts. Whew. So we put her away yesterday. She died of cancer. So many of our people are dying from cancer. It's killing so many of our people. But I remember her life, when she was living. She was the average Israelite. She lived an average life. She knew of the Most High. In her early days, she would stay at the house of worship. She tried to live the Hebrew life to the best of her ability and do the things that was needed and necessary to please the Creator. She never worshiped anybody but the Most High that I know of. I mean, her early days, that was a different story. But since we've known each other for the last almost 30 years, she's only worshiped the Most High. She's been married twice that I know of to 2 different men. She was a firecracker, though. She was a firecracker. She wasn't one of those women you can play with. Her last husband, she cut his finger off because he cheated on her. She was about multiple wives. You could have another wife, but you don't cheat on her. And he cheated on her. She asked him about it. He lied. She cut her finger off and went to jail. She got out. She wasn't there for long. Cut his finger off because he cheated on her and lied about it. She was a firecracker. She was, but she had all the best intentions to be her best, to do her best, to live life to its fullest. She was a good person. She'll do anything for you, get you the shirt off her back. But don't cross her, because if you cross her, she never lets it go. She never let it go. Well, the Most High called her home yesterday. Well, he didn't call her home yesterday. He called her home on River E on Wednesday. At least I got the call on Wednesday, and we buried her on Friday. I got the call Wednesday night at 11 o'clock, so actually it was on Tuesday night at 11. What was it, babe? Emma?
Tuesday night.
Yeah, Tuesday night, like 11 o'clock. So because it was Tuesday night, Wednesday has already started, so that was day 1. And what we try to do as our custom is have our people in the ground within 3 days, buried within 3 days. And we did that. We fulfilled that portion. May the Most High be praised. So that part is over. All right, let's move on. But just remember, family, keep the Most High in the forefront of your mind. Keep moving in positivity and righteousness. Keep thanking the Most High under your breath. Keep your prayers 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and before you go to bed. And also, we fast every Wednesday from Tuesday night at 12 o'clock till Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. No food, no water for the men. Women, y'all can drink what you want as far as juice or water, but no food. From Tuesday night at 12 o'clock till 6 o'clock Wednesday night. All right? Thank you, Sister Fatima. Thank you very much. Total Rabah. My other wife couldn't even go to the funeral because my previous wife passed away a little over a year ago of breast cancer. And when I called my other wife and said, hey, you going to the funeral? She couldn't go. She couldn't do it. She couldn't even tell me why she didn't want to go. I had to figure it out. It's too hard on her. She couldn't take it, seeing it twice. All right, so let's move on. May the Most High be praised. All right, Emma, what we got next?
Giving out gratefuls. But I did want to comment on something you said about when you're in the court system.
Yes, ma'am.
And the names that we carry, because when I was in court for some things with my children's father, the most embarrassing part was the fact that our names meant something, and we were here dealing with something that could have been dealt with so much more better outside of these courthouses, but you're giving this system power over making a decision, not just for you, but for your children, you know? And then the second most embarrassing part was the way that he acted, the lies, and the fact that he got caught in those lies. And then to watch a white man have to then, when you, like, I don't think people get it, but that's one of the things I don't like to see, is see people being belittled, you know, by a nation of people that at one point, and then still in some instances, have a power over you. You know, you become their slave again. They're your oppressor. And I don't even think to this day he probably saw that and understood it. But those are the things that I sat in that courtroom and thought about during those processes, you know. And just like, this has to be the most asinine way to deal with this part of life. And the fact that anybody, whether you're a Black man or Black woman, goes to those systems to do that. And whether you carry a powerful name under the Creator or not, it's just who you are as a person of color, and you're giving your power over to them. Because once you're in that system, you don't have the right to choose. I mean, you can ask and request, and that was done at one point, and they can deny it. They can say, no, we gonna make the final decision. You gave us this, and now we get to do this. And I really think we should think about that, whether we're doing a crime, you know, because some people go to jail just because they did something criminal, you know. But you can go to these courts or go to jail for something as simple as not paying child support, or taking your baby, the child of your mother or the child of your father, to court for custody, when it doesn't have to go that far. But, you know, that's also the choices we make prior to getting to that point. But I just want to bring that out because it's not always a bad thing that you've done to have to sit in front of those people and have to uphold who you are as an Israelite, as a child of the Creator. So that for bringing that up.
Yeah, sometimes you're on the defense side.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like I just had a case, and we ain't gonna make this long. We're gonna make this short. Where an Israelite sister took me to court and tried to sue me.
Yeah.
Over and over and over. She ended up getting beat up in court, but the simple fact is she tried to sue me. She wanted money for something that I paid money to do for her as a gift. That's wickedness. But that's greed, and that's how a lot of people are. This was Israelite sister. The thing is, the difference is she didn't have an Israelite name. I did. And I had to stand up there and defend myself against the wickedness. But I'm accustomed because people attack me all the time.
But the sadness is she knows she is Israelite.
Yeah, she does. She knows she's an Israelite. She's a practicing Israelite.
Right.
And she probably listening to the lesson right now.
Well, good for her.
She could have asked me for money and she would have got it because she was just that close to me, a sister. She said, Prince, I need such and such to take care to do this. I would have did what I can do to make sure she got it. She tried to take me to court and sue me for something I didn't owe. Matter of fact, I gave her money to do something for her, and she turned around and tried to get, oh, it's just horrible what we do to ourselves, and it doesn't make sense.
Okay. All righty. Oh, looked like he got cut off. So I'm going to play a song or two until we go into our thank yous.
I don't know how I did that. I got to learn that trick, what I just did. I don't know what I did.
Yeah, I was like, looked like he got cut off. But I'm going to play a song going into it. Yes. Oh, he hit that button.
Now, I don't know what button I hit. I just slipped my finger and I was gone. Let's
Okay.
Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name, and Yahuwah is His name, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy in the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name, and Yahuwah is His name, and Yahuwah is His name.
Haaretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod. Bezaman machala urofe, bezaman hara unoten. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod, kavod. Kavo le Yahubore, Haaretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod. Bezaman machala urofe, bezaman hara unoten. Zaman Machala Urofe Zaman Hara Unote It's real day I need no take Cabo Ha'aretz ve'hashamayim ve'hayam gam ve'kol be'olamo Baruch haba Yehovah Hu noten lanu chayim Bishvil zeh ani no take
May the Most High be praised,
May the Most
from
High
everlasting to everlasting. He is King.
King. Shabbat Shalom Lekulam Mishpachti. So grateful to be here on this day. We are going to go ahead and do our thank yous, giving all of our honor and our glory and our praises unto our Creator. May He be with each and every one of us, thanking everybody for giving their voice and sharing their thank yous with us, with that you've given to the Creator with us. So, so let's give all our, thanks to Him. And as you said, when you wake up, when you lie down, when you walk by the way, all the times, because He hears us. Even if we could, some people say, oh, I'm thankful, but it's something different when you say it out loud. It's just the same way we say it to others, like, oh, they know how I feel about them. But, to hear it, to hear that vibration and feel it is something different. So all praises. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Start off, Malka Higdalia, of course, has brightened our screen and our day with her thank yous. And so her first, she says, it's comforting to me to know He is the creator of all people. Hallelujah. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for His breath of life. As a youth, we tend to look at time and relationships as forever. But as we get older and friends and family start to pass, it becomes more evident and precious, how precious that breath is. Ooh, so precious. Just think about that yesterday. Great point, sis. Malka Higdalia also says she is thankful to the Most High for how His other creations all seem to serve us in some form or fashion. The sun, the herbs, the animals, the plants, all of it works for our benefit. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for my mommy. She has been so patient with my whole branch. Toda Yehovah. Toda Yehovah. Nothing like a mother's patience and love. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for Goshen Hebrew Academy at THSE Farim. We needed a school for our Yeladim, and He put it in their heart to start building it up and getting better and better every year. Hallelujah. Humbled says, Toda Rabbah, may the Most High continue to be with our hands and the works of our hands. Toda Yah. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being with my granddaughter and her parents as they dealt with her illness. The strength they displayed was undoubtedly from Him. Hallelujah. Continue to be healed, Sister Malka Higdalia. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for this segment of giving thanks. It demonstrated to me how much being thankful builds us up and actually fortifies me to deal with things throughout the week. I'm sure we are all carrying feelings of thanks, Yet it seems having them atomized seems to quadruple the feeling. Toda Yehovah. Toda Yehovah. All praises. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for his faithfulness. It is very comforting to know he is patiently waiting for us to return to him with our action so he can bless us even more. Hallelujah. Malcolm Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the understanding that no one escapes his justice. I know I may never see the justice that I was doled out to each individual, that was doled out to each individual or organization, but I know it happens because he is always just. We see with Dawid, Melech Dawid, even though he did not suffer the typical punishment, he still suffered. No one gets away. Hallelujah. So true, Malka Dahlia. No one gets away. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for faithful children and how they are able to demonstrate the sort of demeanor and character that is pleasing to a parent. She says, I often use some of that insight to curb my own actions before the Creator, because I would hate to do to him that which annoys or infuriates me with my own children. Ooh, great understanding, sis. Toda Rabah. She says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the understanding that not all the water that is presented to us for drinking is equal in quality. Ooh, so true. There's so many waters out there, I could list them, that we should not even dare to taste, let alone drink on a consistent basis. Toda Rabah for that reminder. Malka Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing Isimya Rishon the opportunity to learn how to swim. Okay, Isimya. Some skills are looked at as recreational, but they can be life-saving as well. Definitely, indeed. Life-saving indeed. Babe, what are you doing?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. Malka Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for protecting me from my own clumsiness. Ooh, always saving me. Hallelujah. Malka Higdali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for all the different paths wherewith people are returning to applying the law in their lives. Hallelujah. Malka Higdali also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the Shabbat. It's really something that the more you guard and observe it, the more you see the beauty of it. Hallelujah. All right. Asimya Rishon, it's in his thank yous. He says, he is thankful to the Most High for making trees and plants so that we can breathe oxygen and benefits from the good stuff like apples and carrots, etc. Hallelujah. Absolutely, Asimya Rishon. Aim Kimya says, giving thanks to the Most High Sovereign for successful life, excellent health and strength. I'm thankful for my biological and spiritual families, also special friends. Shalom, Shabbat, full joy. Hallelujah. Selah. Shabbat Shalom in Kenya. Aim Sukari says, grateful for the blessing of another day to be among the righteous. Shabbat Shalom to Aim Sukari. Toda Rabbah. All right, Mori Kazu. His thanks are, I am thankful for life and guidance in the lives of my loved ones, my children, and Isha. Yeah. He also says, I'm thankful for moments of clarity and how it is better to respond than react in situations that could very well take you out of society, out of this realm. So true. Wisdom. Mori Kazu also says, I am thankful for rain. A lot of people look at the sky as if it's dreary when it rains, rather than appreciate it as a blessing that it is. Watering the trees so they grow and we breathe. He also says, I love walking in the rain. It's like the Most High is washing the iniquity off of my slate, and I feel refreshed and grateful. Hallelujah. Mori Kezo also says, I'm grateful to have spoken to my oldest son, Elisha, this week, or Elisha. I often wonder how his peace and to be informed he got married this month on the 16th was unexpected but delightful. Hallelujah. All praises. May their union be blessed. All right. We just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay. Aim Keter says, Shabbat Shalom, Aim Keter. So thankful that the Most High's covering and protection extends beyond what we can see and experience in the physical. May we continue to trust in his providence and allow him to guide us daily, or his providence, and allow him to guide us daily. Hallelujah. Toda Rabah, Aim. Okoti Ornit says, Toda Most High for life, for allowing me to experience another beautiful Shabbat day. Toda for all those things that we take for granted. Toda for righteous leadership and being able to come together and praise the Creator. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. She also says, also, please keep our family in prayers. We're dealing with an unexpected situation and we don't really know what the outcome will be. Everything is in the Creator's hands. Everything is in his hands. Will do, sis, or need, or Koti or need. All right, Queen Fatima, our sister Fatima says, grateful for a sound mind, a body that works with me and not against me. Thankful for my white blood cells and my immune system for fighting in my behalf, getting over pertussis and bronchitis. Hallelujah. May the Most High continue to heal you, sis. All right, Queen Fatima also says, thankful for shelter, food, family, income, working vehicles, husband, children, grandparents, friends, support, positive vibes, endurance, strong willpower, discipline. I could keep going. Yes, indeed, sis. Yes, indeed. And she also says, grateful for this Torah and the guidance within. Hallelujah. All right. My sister wife says, I am thankful to the Creator for his traveling mercies for Aish as he went to conduct the funeral he spoke about. May the Most High bless her in her next journey. I'm thankful to the Most High for a working body and mind, especially a body that is able to balance the demands of a 2-year-old while carrying life at the same time. Even in moments of frustration, I remind myself, my babies won't be babies forever. Hallelujah. That's true. Days are long, but the years are short. May the Most High bless and keep all our children. Every time I open an app, I see a case after case of one of our children or people being killed. Please, Creator, make it stop. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right, just wanted to make sure we didn't miss any more thank yous. Brother Asa says, Shabbat Shalom, all praise to our Creator for peace. Only the Creator can give. Hallelujah. All right. So Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Ooh, so much to be thankful for in 7 days. I sat here and I thought about all that took place in these last 7 days. And just grateful the Most High carried us through. So first and foremost, giving all praises, all glory, all honor, and praise unto our Creator, who himself alone has given us life and has preserved our lives. Thanking him for this Shabbat day. Thanking him for continuously allowing us to show up for one another and with one another on the Shabbat and throughout the week. Giving thanks and praise to the Creator for my Harim, completely and totally always giving honor unto them for their sacrifices, for their life, their choices, for everything that they left on record and the legacy that they left for us to carry forward as their children, as a community, as a nation. Giving thanks and praises for Maish, for the things that the Creator has placed in him to be diligent in his word and to walk the assignment that he has placed upon his head. Grateful for his strength, his consistency. Grateful to understand that, you know, when you are ordained and put in a position, there's choices that have to be made, even when you may not desire to have to make the choice, but the Most High gave you a job to do, and he does it so well. And seeing the sacrifices. I'm thinking about the fact that my sister wife is due any day, and then his spiritual daughter, who I didn't meet her physically, but she would always greet me on Facebook and send me messages, and talk, and tell me how much she loved her Abba Kazardar. And so I'm just grateful that he was able to make it there safely through all the different things that, went through the travels, and, do her services for her family, for her, for him, and create a willing, make it home safely to be in the presence of, our baby being born into this world. So, sometimes we don't look at the job and see the choices we have to make, but we have to trust in the Creator that everything he do is for a reason, and he knows the timing and the season for it all. So giving thanks that, my husband didn't put fear in what he had to do of making the decision, but knew that the Most High would make sure all things was done in righteousness and in his time. Thanking the Creator for my family, my sister wife, my brothers, my children, all of our children. Thanking him for just the life that he has placed upon them. I'm especially grateful. My son, my youngest son, who is now 15, he's been back with me for almost about 9 months now. And I've been encouraging him to, go out, hang out. And over the summer, I ran a summer camp with one of my sister friends out here, and he attended every day pretty much. And he made a lot of friends. And so lately he's like, oh, I want to go, hang out with them at the court, at the basketball court, at the gym. And it's a gym, an inside gym here. And I'm feeling great. Like, yes, he wants to do it. And feeling positive that, because teenagers nowadays, all they want to do really is sit in front of that TV and play them games. So I'm glad that he's, moving forward in different ways. And but then the other day while he was there, I got a call because he doesn't have a phone. So he used somebody else's phone. I missed the call, but then I got a text asking the young man saying, your son asked you to come pick him up. So I drive out there and I get there and my son gets in the car and he says, Ema, they was about to have a shootout out here. I was like, what? And I was just like, what? How? And then he started telling me what was going on while they were playing basketball, how two groups of children who supposedly in these gangs got into it, started fighting. Somebody got beat up, and then they were talking about going to get their weapons and coming back and taking somebody else's life. And just sat there like, wow, you just never know what's going on outside of your home. You never know when you're sending your children out what can, take place. And it made me really consider the safety of that gym, the safety of all the children in that gym. And I wrote this letter, wait for my husband to approve it. But once he does, Creator willing, I'm going to be sending it to the commissioner, the sheriff's office, the school board, all the people that deal with children on a daily basis, because it wasn't a letter berating them, but it was a letter just out of concern. Because my thought was, now what if I would have got a call, or who would have even known to call me if my son had gotten shot, or wounded or anything and so I had a list of questions on there, like what's the protocols? How can we as a community help build these protocols, bring more safety? Are there cameras on the building? Mind you, we ran a summer camp at this same building all summer, and I didn't feel no unsafety there. Like everything I felt safe. And we didn't have no incidents of this sort. So, but it really had me going deeper into where we're, how we just allow our children to be out there. Because we're like, hey, they'll be safe. They'll be fine. It's just the children. And And then thinking about, this is a very small town. He grew up in Atlanta. To think he would be in a small town and something happened versus a big town. But it's just a reminder that this chaoticness is everywhere. Everywhere our children are, when they don't have positive things to do, they're going to find something to do in it. And most likely, most times when we realize it, it's not positive. So, we really have to consider. And I wrote this letter as a concerned parent, as a concerned citizen, as a concerned organizer, on saying, what are we going to do together to do this? And I hear you, Moray. However, I deal with the community outside of Israel. And I do that, one, because it honestly, we work better. So we got to think about the whole, essence of it. But I'm grateful, though. I'm truly grateful that my son was able to have somebody call me, that I was able to get there and pick him up, that no shootouts happened. I was grateful that, he saw the danger in it and was like, let me get out of here. But it's just another reason to make sure our children have the access, the abilities of things to be able to protect themselves and to move themselves out of situations. So yes, so I'm grateful. I'm super grateful for that. I'm grateful for just my sister that I did the summer camp with. Like, she's a director of the teen club. And we even talked about what happened. And it was crazy because the day before, her and we all were talking about safety and protocols and the things that need to be brought to this community for the youth to be able to do. And then the very next day, I call her and tell her that happened. And we just both went into just thinking mode and just thanking the Creator for life and thanking him for sparing, the lives of all those young men that were there. That none of them, lost their life that day. But it doesn't just stop there, because it could be whatever happened can be continuing today. We don't know. So, it's just bigger than what we think. Also giving thanks to just all those that are out here doing the work of the Most High, continuously doing the work, whether in their homes, outside of their homes, in their communities, but getting up every day and knowing that the work has to be done. Knowing that despite how sometimes you may be feeling, the work has to be done. My family and I went to, I was tagged in a post maybe like 2 weeks ago, probably, about this young man who's 16, who's been battling cancer for 1 year. And the doctors have told him he doesn't have, but at that time it was 2 months, so about a month left to live. And one of the wishes and reason why I was tagged was because the young man wanted to meet famous rappers in Atlanta. And so when I saw the tag, I was like, okay. So I called the sister. We arranged, and last Sunday for the final FIFA game, Ludacris did a free concert. And so the young man's family, I've been talking to his mother, they made it out there. And it was just so beautiful to see him, be embraced by so many people. He got to meet so many people that day outside of just Ludacris. He got to meet the ambassador, Andrew Young, the current mayor of Atlanta, a couple of former mayors of Atlanta. He also got to meet other rappers and just other people giving his family love and showing him some love. And he got to be on stage.
He got to meet me. What about me? He got to meet me.
I said, boy, he got to meet Prince Kez.
Yay!
And he got to be on stage, and Ludacris actually shouted him out and had the crowd, calling his name and saying some positive words. And, sometimes it may seem small to others, what other people's wishes are, but you just never know what's needed for a person to feel good And this young man is only 16 in his life. He's still here, so giving the Creator all his due because he has the final say. But talking to his mother in these last couple of days, it's like they're just sitting in prayer and watching because the doctors went to other doctors all over the world, and they all said there's nothing more they can do for him. And so, of course, we give it up to the Creator. But it just has you thinking a lot about life. And he has a cancer. And it's like, wow, like this cancer, there's so many different cancers that are just popping up in children. And we know a lot of it has to do with the foods, the chemicals, all the air, the skin, what do you call them?
Chemtrails
that are out there. All these different things are playing in our systems, and we're not paying attention to it. And so I've been just in a lot of just thought and thinking and gratefulness that I have my children who are healthy and strong, but knowing that because her son was healthy and strong for 15 years, and then all of a sudden at 15 he gets this cancer, and in 1 year of that cancer it's really have taken over his body. And so right now, he's in the midst of struggling to breathe. And it's it's almost impossible to think how a person can feel during that time. So, I just want us all to be thankful. We have to really think about what others are going through. A lot of times we anything can happen. We bump our toe and we're like thinking this, oh my gosh, how am I going to walk with my toe feeling hurt like this, when there are people actually, losing their lives from sicknesses. And a lot of times it's because of what the world has placed in the atmosphere. And so, just wanted to thank the Creator first and foremost for allowing my family and I the opportunity to be of service to him and his family, to be able to call on my brother, and my brother immediately called Chris, and Chris said, let's do it, without no second thought. That's compassion. And so I just feel like, we got to think about that, the compassion we have for others. And I'm really grateful though. I'm really grateful that the Most High allowed us to be a part of their life, in this part of their life, whether it's for a long time or a short time. He allowed us to be of service. And that's one of the many things that my parents taught us to do. That's one of the things that my husband does and has taught me to do even more. And so I'm grateful that it's a continuation, and we get to show our children, because my children got to meet him, the ones that were there, and they got to see and, just see what it is to be gracious and serving others, and to be thankful for their life and their health. So to the Most High. And I wanted to bring up something because the other day I was talking to my sister, and this happens often, so it's not like an isolated event. But because I'm in polygyny, I'm always asked the question, yeah, so how are you doing? How are y'all doing? And usually that means me and my sister wife. And I am really happy, and content to say that we're doing good, because a lot of people don't know. Like, most people think, oh yeah, there got to be some strife going on in there. There got to be, contention and things like that. And so I was grateful, and I'm always grateful when someone asks to say, we're doing great, we're good. Because I know, and I've experienced, and I've seen many different polygynous relationships where they honestly can't say they're doing good. They might say it because they don't want people asking questions, but in all honesty, they can't, because they're not, because they don't have a good relationship, because they don't love each other. They don't like each other. They don't get along. The children don't like each other, don't like the other mother, or, all these things. And so, even in that, I was thinking about it today, actually. And I was like, yeah, it's a good thing to be grateful, to be able to say we're good, because that's the one thing in my past, I didn't have a great experience with polygyny, and my children felt it, saw it, lived it, and now they have a disdain for polygyny. They do not like it at all. And they don't like it because of what they saw, how they were dealt, how they saw their mother being dealt. So it's really important that if we go into these relationships, polygyny, and even monogamy, we have to be aware that our children are watching everything that we do. Our children feel it, see it, and it in so many ways can curve how their future goes. You know, we could be really punishing them in ways we don't understand, cursing them in ways, causing them to walk away from a path that the Creator may have had for them because we're out here living it and we're not doing righteously by it. So, all those thoughts just, popped in my head. And I know a lot of children growing up who had polygyny, and they, to this day, do not like it. And it saddens me, that that's the experience my children don't like. But I'm also grateful that they see it being done differently this time, and they speak about it, and that's a good thing, that we're able to, cause an unnecessary emotional trauma. It truly is. But I just pray we think about that in whatever relationship you go into, whether it's monogamy, polygamy, because all those things affect our children. Our children feel it. Like I said, they see it, they experience it. And even though you might be in a relationship, they experience it because they're part of that relationship in their own different way. So I guess that's all the thanks I have. I'm just thankful to the Creator for life, and we are on baby watch, and I'm thankful that the Most High is allowing us to, be here together, and Creator willing, we'll have a baby in a few days, Most High willing. So, say who?
All right. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised.
What she talking about? Like she talking like she ain't have a whole lot to say. She got you always got a lot to think. I don't know who run the longest, you or Sister Dahlia. Between y'all two, y'all take an hour. But it's cool. Do what y'all do. You got to get it all out. I'm completely get it all out.
Yeah.
And I know you ain't finished yet. You got a little bit more. Oh, I got one more I want to say. You want to say it now, or you want to wait till later? Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. So now, family, we're gonna get started. Oh no. We do the commandments now, right? Or do we do your portion, right? We do your portion first. Then the commandments after your. Okay. All right, family. We got a very interesting topic today. My Isha is going to bring this up, and I'm going to go on the background and play the background while she do what she do. But I'm telling you right now, before we even get started, don't get wrapped up in your feelings. You get wrapped up in your feelings, you're gonna miss the whole part. Let me talk about this for a minute before we go forward. There's a lot of people that come to these classes and be enjoying the classes and liking the classes, and then as soon as we say something about them and it hit them, all of a sudden, I'm gonna back away from this class, and I don't want to tune into this class, and I'm gonna separate myself for a little while, and they be gone. But I don't care. I don't care, because I'm gonna tell you why I don't care. Hold up, don't criticize me yet. Just wait a minute. I'll tell you why I don't care. Because I recognize that the Creator is giving you an opportunity to change. And if you don't take advantage of that opportunity to change, that's you telling the Creator you don't want to change. Mm-hmm. You want to keep living in a delusion, like if you ain't got the issues and you ain't guilty of the things that we're talking about. So therefore you run. So I don't care if you run. If you choose to run, you run. If that's what you feel like you want to do, you do. But I'm going to keep doing my job. And my job is to bring those who are in the prison houses out of the prisons. And a lot of us are still trapped in the prisons of our minds. with sinful, lustful, evil, wicked things that we have in our lives, and then we call ourselves the children of the Most High, representing a very unrighteous way. And we can't do that. So a lot of the lessons that you hear on this platform, it be about self-improvement. So how you can get yourself better so you can serve the Most High better. Ultimately, it's all about pleasing Him. How you can help your fellow brother and sister to rise to the level that they need to be so they can please the Most High. Because ultimately, it's about pleasing Him. So it doesn't matter how you feel about Prince. You can just block me out. You ain't even got to look at me if you don't want to see me. You ain't even got to look at me. What you can do is just listen. Turn the picture off. Turn the camera away from me if you don't want to look at me. And just listen to the words and let them sink in deeply. A lot of times what I notice is that people are convicted and it causes them to not want to be hearing or listening to something that's agitating their spirits and their demons inside of them. They don't want to hear that. So they avoid that by not tuning in or just turning the button or looking away. So we going to do what we got to do, whether you like it or not. And we're going to keep moving. We're going to keep doing it. As long as the Most High have the breath of life in me, I got to do what He ordained me to do. Therefore, I'm doing it. It's going to be a time when we're going to be a whole lot closer and we're going to be doing a whole lot more things. And I'm going to be ready. I prayed and I'm ready. And I pray that you're ready too. But we really have to learn to face these demons inside of us in order for us to eradicate them out of us. May the Most High be praised. Go ahead, Iman. It's on you.
Are you sharing the videos first, or?
Well, I got one video I want to share. Let me get to that video. Now, family, don't let this video disturb you. Nobody, don't let these videos disturb you, but please pay close attention because the message is going to be really powerful about what we get ready to get into. My wife, this is her portion. And on these portions, we just do modern event or current events and things that's going on in life with us today. So here's one of the things that's happening in our lives today that we're going to talk about. Y'all ready? That's right.
These niggas were running anything raw like AIDS is a myth. Like this shit don't even exist. Like this shit ain't real. Like this shit just some shit a nigga seen on National Geographic and man, they don't believe it really exists. Some motherfucking these niggas were running.
So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Having unprotected sexual intercourse.
Unprotected sexual intercourse. Something that so many of us take for granted, take lightly, and pretend as if there's no ramifications, no situations that's going to bring us into hurt, harm, or danger. So you probably read your portion first, a lot of the things you got on your layout, and then you tell me when you want me to play the first video.
Okay. Sorry. I had it.
So go out and do some inviting, family. Let's like, share, and subscribe first before we even move forward. Let's get some likes up in here. Let's get some shares because we ready to open the door to a lot of things. Let's get some likes up here. What we got? 10 likes. We got 10 likes and no shares. Come on, what we doing, y'all? What we doing? We got to get the likes up and we got to get the shares up. Come on, let's go, y'all.
I shared it 20 times. I don't know why.
Who shared it 20 times?
I did.
Well, I don't know where you shared it at.
On my, okay.
But it might not. Yeah, it might not show up with you because you own this stuff. So it might not show up with you. I don't know. But anyway, let's get it going. We get ready to rock. But before we get started, I want to put out a little precursor so y'all hear me. We know that we're talking about some of y'all in this video. We know we are. But we're not doing any of this to disrespect or bring you shame or harm in any way or format. What we're trying to do is enlighten ourselves, our people, to the reality of our servitude to the Creator, because that's what's ultimately important, our servitude to the Creator. And sometimes when we play with the Most High, He has a funny way of getting it back to our faces. Let's move on. Do you want me to share the paperwork you're reading from, or do you just want me to?
Oh, I'm sharing it. I'm
All right,
just trying to figure out how to bring it. Okay.
all right. Hit that button up top to say format. Hit the button up top that says format. You see the format button up there? All the way to the right at the top?
No.
Go to your screen. You see a little paintbrush in the middle on the side, on the right-hand side?
Mm-hmm.
Or right above that, you'll see where it say format. Hit that button and say format. I'm talking about on pages.
Oh, well, because, okay. You mean come out of this?
Baby girl, can you hear me?
I'm on it. Mm-hmm. I see it. I had to go to pages. All right. What would you like me to do?
There you go. You did it. We good.
Okay.
Do your thing.
All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. So I pray that you can see this and read it. But so the topic today is discussing AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome. And we're discussing it. And I noticed when my Ish brought it to me and brought this research to me, that we don't hear so much more about it as we did, I would say, as I did when I was a child, when I was a teenager, which was about 30 something years ago. But however, it's still prevalent. It's still very active in our communities. People are still, being diagnosed daily with such disease. And as the video showed earlier with the young man saying, people just running around here like it don't exist, and it still does. So, to bring that awareness back up and around, because we still have to pay attention. We still have to teach our children how to, of course, once they get of age, but some children are out there doing it of age or not. So we have to be preventative, and we have to teach our children of what's going on around the world. So AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, is the final and most severe stage of infection caused by the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. It says it damages the body's immune system, making it hard to fight off sickness. And then the definition and diagnosis. CD4 count, diagnosed when CD4 T cell counts drop below 200 cells per cubic millimeter of blood. It says opportunistic infections, diagnosed when a person develops specific severe illnesses or cancers that a healthy immune system would normally block. Progression occurs over years in the underlying HIV infection left untreated. And it says transmission and prevention. Spread transmitted through specific body fluids, including blood, semen, vaginal fluids, and breast milk. Common paths, passed via unprotected sex or sharing drug needles. Prevention, treated and prevented using daily antiretroviral therapy, ART, which stops HIV from multiplying and keeps it from turning into AIDS. So I'm going to the next page. All right. AIDS. You can learn more and find local support tools through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, or the HIV.gov overview. AIDS and Black people. In the United States, Black African American people account for the highest share of new HIV diagnoses, representing about 38% to 40% of new cases, despite making up roughly 12% to 14% of the US population. Nationally, the breakdown of new HIV diagnoses by race and ethnicity is as follows. Black African Americans, 38% of diagnosis. Hispanic and Latino, 32 to 34% of diagnosis. White, 23 to 24 of diagnosis. And Asian, 2% of diagnosis. When adjusted for population size, the HIV diagnosis rate for Black Americans is more than 9 times higher than that of white Americans, and twice as high as that of Hispanic Latino Americans.
Can you speak about that for a second?
Can I speak about what?
Why is it higher in the Black communities than everywhere else? Why do you think, your opinion?
Well, I think it's higher in the Black communities than everywhere else. One, because we tend to not pay attention to what's going on. We don't go to the doctors regularly. We don't have insurance to be able to go get annual checkups, even though you can go to clinics anytime and get an annual blood work, like a what they call an STD check. A lot of times they do those for free at clinics throughout the year because they know the disparities of the Black community, African American community, when it comes to finances, health insurance, and awareness. Also, because a lot of times the clinics in our communities don't have open forum discussions. And then the other part is people are just doing what they want to do. Like when you're exposed to drugs and you're high and you're addicted to it, you're going to do anything for those drugs. And a lot of times they're going out here and having sex for drugs or giving their bodies for drugs. And the people that they're doing it with are infected, or they're infected and they don't even know it. Because like they said, it can happen through drugs and sharing a needle and unprotected sex. So the other part is just education. We don't have a lot of education around it in our communities. And then part of that, we don't seek the education either. A lot of times, if it's not right there, tangible for us, we're not going to go out and seek it. It has to be something we really want to know and do for us to attain the knowledge. And then for us to carry out that knowledge and share it with others. So, but that's just my thoughts on it. You had some thoughts.
How about how easy it is? You know, I got the videos, one of the videos we're going to show. This young man is going to talk about how he was a homosexual dude and how easy it was for him to intentionally infect men and women sexually with disease. He said most of the people that he was with, he said, all I had to say was, oh, no, I'm clean.
And people believe.
Yeah. See, it's this thing out here with us as a people. Well, we don't believe things going to happen to us. We don't think that that situation could possibly be us. And we're very promiscuous with ourselves, and we give ourselves over to the passions and the lust of this wicked world. And we have to bring an education to this because we have to stop. We have to educate our people to the dangers of being promiscuous and living out here in this world willy-dilly, free, willy-nilly, and just doing whatever you want to do, thinking that there are no consequences for violating the laws of the Most High. Now, of course, we know that some people contract these diseases in different ways. A lot of women was honest, innocent, loving housewife, and he wasn't no good. He went out, snuck around, cheated, and brought back something to her. She's giving herself to her husband like she's supposed to. Now she found out she's about to die. And then the same thing vice versa with a lot of females who are sneaking out there, doing things in the streets. And then they go home to their man and give him something. And now he's about to die.
Yeah.
I've heard many different stories on many different sides, but the one that hurt me the most are the innocent children that's being born
Mm-hmm.
with
With
this
it.
disease
Yeah.
because they were innocent. They didn't do that.
Mm.
We got to stop being promiscuous. We do.
Yeah.
The creator established husband and wife and the loyalty and the discipline between the two for a
Yeah.
reason. And if you notice, family, we are the leading cause, or we have more of our people with 30, we're 14% of the population, 12 to 14% of the population of Black people, but we over 40% of new cases of AIDS. That means it is drastically hitting us. Houston, I was told we had to shut Houston down because of all the epidemic of AIDS that's jumping out of Houston, Texas. So I just wanted to elaborate on a little bit of that, Ima. That is horrible. And a lot of it is because we're so promiscuous, just having sex with anybody and everybody because they look good, smell good, got a nice car, they turn me on, they're attractive, they got a couple of dollars. And we just lay down and open our legs, or we just get on top and start doing what we do. And it's wickedness. There's an order and a procedure for this. I apologize, Ima. Go do your thing.
That's okay. Todarba Ish for bringing that out and bringing up this subject as well.
Nobody thinks it happened to them.
Yeah, I think that's when you said that's the key. We don't. We walk around here like we are invincible from anything happening to us. And Zaquina Michelle, Jeremiah 9 woman said, yep, we don't believe it could happen to us. We are trusting in our promiscuity. Wow. And it's true. We like, oh, I trust you. Like, how do you trust? You don't even know that person. And even like you said, you got people who are married, who are in these relationships. And when you step out, did you think about what you could be getting from someone that you could bring to this person that you vowed to love, that you formed a family with, children, all these things? And a lot of people don't. And I remember, and I could tell you that was one of my fears when I found out that I was in my past relationship being cheated on. It was like, oh my gosh, if this person gives me AIDS, I'm going to die and my children will not have a mother. And that's what angered me the most, because I can't stop a person from being stupid and doing what they're going to do. But the fact that I was going to be exposed to something that I didn't do or want, and my children will be without me. It's like the person don't think about others. It's all about themselves. And why are you trusting someone you never met? You might see a girl on the street, you're like, ooh, yeah, she look good. Let me go, or a guy. And I'm speaking like this because I worked in the OBGYN office, gynecology office, and some of the baddest, let me quote, air quotes, those that men think are the baddest chicks carry the worst diseases. And they won't tell you. I can recall this woman came in there and I was just like, and I had to call her back and say, hey, your test came back and it says that you're blank positive. Yes?
You dropped for a minute.
Oh.
Or did I drop? I might have dropped.
Oh, I don't know. But basically I was saying how there's men in the world who will see a woman's body and be like, oh, she the baddest chick. And because I worked in the GYN office, I saw how these women were the ones carrying the most deadly and infectious diseases. And we would call them and say, hey, you got so-and-so. And they were like, oh, yeah, we know that. Or I know. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't write it on your history. You didn't write it down, because we have forms that says, tell us what diseases you have. Not because we want to be nosy, but we have to protect ourselves, which we already do, wear gloves and when you get in blood, but accidents happen. And because it's your historical medical history that we need to know. But these women are not up front in a doctor's office. So how much more would they be upfront with a man who's just looking at their body and saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get that"? I literally picked up the phone, called my brothers, and was like, "Yo, y'all better be getting these women checked before y'all go up in them with protection or not. Get these women checked, because the baddest chicks you think is the baddest chicks are the ones who are carrying the baddest diseases." Like, I literally was like, nah, just because she looking fly, got her little skinny waist and her big butt and all that, these women, I watched it and I counted the majority. It was so sickening to me, because I'm like, you out here fooling people. Yeah, you look good, but you nasty and dirty on the inside, and you're not sharing that information. And you're spreading diseases, like you said, to innocent people, men and women who are loyal to their husbands and wives and quote unquote boyfriends, girlfriends, whoever, while there are men and women out here walking around in this wickedness, carrying diseases and sleeping with others. And because they look good, we trust the fact that they look good. We're not thinking about how disgusting they are. So, I had to say that, because every time I think about this subject, that's where it brings me back to. And I'm thankful that the Creator allowed me to work in that field, to be able to see it with my own eyes and not have to give secondhand conversation or thought, but to actually able to say, yeah, I witnessed women who did this deliberately. And it's disgusting. It's really disgusting. And it's really sad, because so many children have suffered because their parent or parents have attained a disease. And these children, when a child is born with herpes simplex virus, or when they're born with AIDS or certain other diseases, it does so much to that child to fight, to live through that, and all the medications that they have to take. Like, y'all have no idea. Some of you, if you don't know, really research what it does to that infant baby, that body. They could die instantly from it, but some of them live through it, but they live suffering, struggling. It's really sad. It's really sad. It's heartbreaking, nonetheless, and it's anger. It just gives me so much anger towards the person that did that to them, because that child didn't ask for it. And all you had to do as a righteous individual, as an adult, was ask a question, and then don't do it. If a person say, well, I don't even know my STD status, then go take them to a clinic and get them checked out.
But what if they tell you they do know, and they tell you ain't nothing wrong with them?
Well, ask for proof. Where's your test results? Because it has to be proof. It has to be written. You had to have received a letter showing your status, and it's true. Like, I don't understand why people are afraid to do it, but you have to do it. And I'm not even saying that I was always the person that asked, but I know we have to ask. We have to be diligent in knowing. And when you're married to a person, hey, it's okay to do it a couple of times throughout your marriage, because you don't know what a person could be doing. A person could have got drugged. They could have got drunk, whatever. They could have did it on purpose. However it is, though, it's okay to check. And it's good to check, because it may not even been them having sex with somebody else. Certain diseases sit on toilets. Certain diseases are present in the air, whether we believe it or not. And because I worked in GYN, there's certain, I'm always looking like, okay, what's going on? And there's certain diseases out here now that used to be almost null and void to a woman, now can kill you, can cause you infertility. And the other part is, a woman can have a STD and know it right away. A man can have it and not even know it for months, because sometimes the STDs don't show up in them as soon as it does in a woman. We really got to consider
AIDS virus hide for a good 10 years, don't it?
Yes. AIDS can sit dormant, HIV rather, can sit dormant in your body for years. So we have to be, proactive within our own health. And don't feel ashamed because you say, oh yeah, I went and got an STD check. And somebody say, why? Oh, because I want to know what's going on in my body. I want to make sure I'm clean. I want to make sure I didn't contract something from being exposed to something that I had no idea that I was exposed to. And that's just the facts of it. You can have a family member with HSV and you don't know they have it because they didn't tell you, but then they went and sat on your toilet and they had a breakout and now you can contract it. It's just that easy. And I know we were talking about AIDS, but it carries on into all of those things. So, you know, get checked out. It's the best thing to do for your own mind, even if, you know, the other person doesn't like it. Yeah, STIs too. Now they do it. It's a simultaneous test where they do STD/STI. So, yeah. So, yeah, definitely check it out. Check it out. Because like she said, HPV. And HPV is a form of disease that a lot of women have and men now, but it can cause women to have cervical cancer, you know? So it's a lot. It's a lot of things. But Abba, I see you want to play video, so.
When I was first diagnosed, it was November 21st, 2007. I found out 3 weeks before, which was the first week of November, that I was pregnant with twins. And so I made a prenatal appointment with the doctors. By then I was...
I think you're freezing, Abba.
Yeah, but I don't know why. My
You
Wi-Fi
want to
is
say?
good.
Okay.
See, this is what they do to
in
us.
South Carolina with my new husband. I was a newlywed and went to an appointment the 21st, which was the day before Thanksgiving of that year. And went in for being dehydrated. I kept throwing up and just not feeling well. And when I went in, she had already did labs. So she said, okay, well, I have your labs back. And I said, okay, well, is everything okay with my labs? And she said, oh yeah, everything's fine. We just have one problem. And I'm like, okay, what's the one problem that we have? Is it diabetes? Because I've had gestational diabetes with my 8-year-old. She's like, well, no. Can we ask your husband to step out of the room? I'm like, okay. So she asked him to step out. She basically just looked at me and said, you tested positive for HIV. And I kind of got into a blank stare. I looked over at the wall because that was really the only thing I wanted to focus on. I didn't want to look her in the face. I didn't want to, I was completely in shock along with not feeling well. And she said, well, do you want us to bring your husband back in the room? I say, sure, bring him back in because guess what? If I'm HIV positive, he's the reason why. So she brought him back in the room. And I can remember that day as if it happened yesterday. He just looked in shock when she told him. And it wasn't a shock look as if, oh, she could have given me HIV. It was more of a look like, wow, she found out. I left him on January 1st, 2008. February 14th, actually the beginning of February, I was sitting at home and I was looking at the news and there was a story that came across where there was a homosexual couple, an older male and a younger male. The older male had knowingly infected his younger male partner. And at that moment, I found out that knowingly infecting someone without disclosing your status to them was a felony crime in the state of Florida. So what I did, I immediately got on the phone, called the sex crimes unit at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, spoke with the detective, and I let him know what was going on. He let me know, okay, well, get us a police report, which I did. And once they got their police report, the first thing they wanted to do is to get a recorded confession from my ex-husband. So I'm like, okay, how am I going to get a recorded confession, And he's all the way in South Carolina. Here I'm in Florida, So at this time, he's begging me to come back to South Carolina to stay married to him. So, okay, let me use this to my advantage. So over the course of the couple days, I kind of played it off. Yeah, I might come back home, and yeah, I miss you. Yeah, I still love you. Knowing good and well, I absolutely, positively did not love him anymore, and I was not going back. February 14th, Valentine's Day. His Valentine's Day gift for me was calling him with the detective on three-way, with the recorder on, while I'm asking him every question that the detective wanted me to ask. Because before we did the three-way, I said, okay, well, what do you want to know? I said, okay, well, now I got to figure out how am I going to get these questions to him and him answer them. So I called him. I'm all sad. I'm like, okay, well, I got to go see a psychologist, and they gave me a questionnaire, and I need all these questions answered so they could treat me. Whoop-de-woo. He answered every single question. He answered questions about how he was diagnosed, when he was diagnosed, how long did he know, which he had known he was positive since 2002. He answered questions about, did he know how he got it, which he didn't know. And by then I had found out that he was not only sleeping with other women, but also other men. And once I got the recorded confession, they issued a nationwide warrant for his arrest. They went to South Carolina. They arrested him. Took months, but they extradited him back to Jacksonville. He pled guilty. He got sentenced for the maximum in the state of Florida, which is only, I hate it, but it's only 5 years in the state of Florida. He got 6 months served, so he only had to do 4.5 years. And he's scheduled to get out March of next year. March 2012, he's scheduled to be released. A lot of people feel like, oh, if I avoid this person because they're positive, then it won't happen to me. Don't think that just because you're in a monogamous relationship or you're married that it can't happen to you. I was in a committed marriage. I wasn't in a relationship. I wasn't dating. And here, this guy that I've known for 5 years is positive, didn't tell anybody, and gave it to me. I mean, it can happen to anybody. And it probably has happened to a lot of people who just don't even want to know if it's happened. They assume, okay, I'm with this person, I'm married, it's not going to happen. So just understand that it can happen to you just as easily as it happened to me.
All right, so I wanted to play that video. I do have another one, but it's for when we're...
Wait, you don't write anything down after conversations?
It's not for now.
This is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of a button, it records and creates organized notes based on your...
Yeah, my apologies. The next video is for later after we discussed a little bit about what we need to discuss. But Ima, you go ahead on, please.
Okay.
Oh, was you sharing that, Ima? Yes. Okay, my apologies.
No, it's okay. Wow. Ooh, that video was heavy. That's a lot of information. So yes, so more on with the conversation of the written facts. It says, while HIV affects all races and ethnicities in the United States, some groups are disproportionately affected compared to their population size. Black, African American people, and Hispanic Latino people are particularly affected by HIV, making up more than half, 70% of estimated new HIV infections in 2022. Get the latest data on HIV by race and ethnicity. And there's a website there. AIDS and Africa. America did not spread AIDS in Africa. Scientific and historical evidence shows that HIV originated in Central West Africa from chimpanzees long before it was identified, and claims that the United States manufactured or intentionally spread the virus are false. Now, this is from Where's this? Well, I'll tell you in a minute where this is from. Let me go out so I can scroll up.
And the situation with the HIV in Africa that a lot of people don't know is that first to know Africa is responsible for 80% of their people being infected with HIV virus. I believe it's 80% of them, Africans, that's a lot of people, man, are infected with the HIV virus. Now, as I did the research, they held out a lot of information on us that I should have kept from years ago, but they spread these people, our people, this government actually spread the HIV virus in Africa. And they were so successful that they got over 80% of the population infected with this virus. Read a little bit of that, Ima, if you don't mind.
The origins and early spread. Natural origin, the virus transferred from chimpanzees to humans, zoonosis in Africa between 1890 and 1920 through hunting and handling bushmeat. Early local spread, genetic tracking shows HIV-1 spread at low levels in the Congo Basin, the Congo Basin decades before the global epidemic, aided by urbanization, expanding railways, and the reuse of unsterilized medical needles in colonial health clinics. Scientific consensus, comprehensive reviews by organizations like Aid Maps on HIV Origins confirm that the virus evolved naturally, refuting historical conspiracy theories about man-made creation or intentional introduction by Western Sub-Saharan Africa is the region hardest hit by the HIV/AIDS epidemic.
I'm sorry, Iman. I'm sorry. I was getting other things ready. Did you read the part where they said that the black people in Africa got AIDS from chimpanzees?
Yeah, I read that. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, they got AIDS from chimpanzees.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Yeah. So it says Sub-Saharan Africa is the region hardest hit by the HIV/AIDS epidemic, accounting for over 2/3 of the global total of people living with HIV.
2/3. 2/3 of the people in Africa, in the Sub-Saharan Africa, are infected with HIV. That's because it was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Intentional. They're trying to wipe out the population. But read on. It has a little bit more after that.
Okay. It says current disease burden, total infected, an estimated 25.
You missed. Despite making up only.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me go back. Despite making up only about 17% of the world's population, the continent bears a disproportionate burden with approximately 25.6 million infected individuals.
25.6 million people in Sub-Saharan Africa are infected with the HIV. That's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then it says an estimated 25.6 million people are living with HIV in the African region. The hotspots or places that's known are Southern and East Africa are the most severely affected areas. Eswatini, Botswana, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe report adult HIV prevalence rates exceeding 20%.
Mm-hmm.
New infections, around 760,000 new infections occur annually, with young women and adolescent girls being disproportionately impacted, making up the vast majority of new cases. It says AIDS, key population.
Hey, Ima, you reading too fast. You're reading too fast, please. The new cases is made up a lot. Coming from who?
Women and adolescent girls being disproportionately impacted, making up the vast majority of new cases.
So a lot of these young women are now infected with HIV. A whole lot of them. And the males, they're still sleeping with them as if nobody's infected, as if this is a fairy tale, like the brother said, as if this is a myth. This is just something that they just say that because they don't want you enjoying yourself. It's not a myth. Reality is that these people will kill you with these diseases. And is your life worth giving to these individuals that you're laying with? Most of the time, you don't even know them. A lot of times, you barely know them. But you got to ask yourself, is your life worth risking for a moment of pleasure? Is your life that important to you? Or that you care that much, that less about yourself? That you would go and you would do. And I'm not talking about people who are caught up in a marriage and their husband was unfaithful, because we got a lot of no good Jews just like that. A lot of men that's unfaithful in these marriages and sleep around and get whatever they get, and quiet be known, they bring it right home to their wife, who has been a faithful wife, a faithful woman for so long. I'm not even talking about her. I'm talking about them dudes who just get out there and rip and run and do their thing.
Right.
Horrible. With no ideal of a repercussion of going up in there raw. And not even just the fact of going up in there at all. How about that? How about just the simple fact of being with someone that ain't yours, that ain't your woman, that you didn't go through the proper procedures to obtain? And then you go home and you taking that disease with you. Even if you don't have a woman at home, you're still infecting yourself. How much is your life worth? How valuable do you hold yourself? Read it a little bit, please.
And I just want, when you said that, I was like, even if you don't have sexual intercourse, oral sex, it can be transformed that way as well.
That's right.
So, people don't think that. They think, oh, I didn't go all the way. She went part of it.
Earlier, it can be transferred through saliva and body fluids.
Yeah. All right. It says key population. High transmission rates also heavily impact key groups, including men who have sex with men, sex workers, and people who inject drugs. Yeah. And Sister Oni even put up, and them dudes on the DL. And that's a very big thing in Atlanta. The homosexual society and the DL. It's huge out here. So gotta be careful.
Dudes should be thick and straight, and they not straight. They're crooked.
Hey guys, I did not know how to start this video, so I'm just in my car. I finally don't have kids with me, so I thought I would start it right now. Well, I've just got me and the dog in the car because I always have kids with me. But anyways, I've been wanting to talk about my HIV story and put it out there so people know exactly what happened to me and how I got it, and what happened to me while when I got sick, and how it's affecting me now. So basically, why I want to talk about it and let people know about what happened is because when this happened to me, I didn't know who to turn to. There was nobody in my world, nobody that had this. So I had nobody to confide, well, not confide in. I didn't have anybody to ask, like, what are the stages? I mean, I could just talk to my doctor, but I didn't have anybody who could give me like firsthand personal information or experience. So I went on to YouTube and I did find several stories on there with people who had contracted HIV and just what they were dealing with. So basically, I found out that I got it back in 2013, but I just found out that I had it in 2016. But by doing some investigative research, I was able to find out basically who I got it from and about the time frame. So it was 2013. Somebody that I had a relationship with, he didn't know he had it at the time, and he had actually been quite sick kind of the whole time we were together, and we didn't know what was going on. Couldn't figure out what was going on with him, but anyways, he definitely had it at the time, and he was probably very contagious at the time because he was sick. Just a lot of digestion problems. He was having I'm trying to think what else was going on. A lot of digestion problems, I remember that. So anyways, I basically contracted it sometime in 2013. I'm thinking we were together kind of from January to August, and I think it happened toward the end of our relationship because I vividly remember having these cluster headaches that were so severe for about 4 days. I remember driving in my car and looking over at my daughter, and I could barely even turn my eyes. Like, my head hurt so bad, and I didn't know what the heck was going on. But at the same time, I was having like esophagus problems. So I thought there was some connection. So I went to a gastroenterologist, and I found out the date of that appointment was like mid-September. And so a cluster headache is definitely one of the first signs when you contract it. You have like some really severe symptoms, like kind of in the beginning, and then the virus calms down. And so but I definitely had lots of symptoms along the way until I got really, really sick. So I went in for that appointment, and my doctor basically, he obviously didn't know, but I went in for the esophagus problem, but I said I have this really bad headache too. Is there any connection between, it sounded so strange, my esophagus and my head? And he was just like, just drink less coffee. And I'm thinking, okay, I drink like a cup a day. Like, it wasn't anything crazy. So to me, that didn't really add up, but it went away, and I didn't think much of it. And during the next 2.5 years, I had some other symptoms that were definite red flags and signs that nobody picked up on. I had a swollen lymph gland in my neck, and I went in for that to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he basically just said, as long as it goes down, I'm not worried about it. So there was nothing done about it, but it was prominent. Like, I could totally feel something. I knew something felt really weird. It's gone now. And I had yeast infections that were like nothing I'd ever had before. I could not get rid of it. I was like taking diflucan like daily, it was doing nothing. And I mean, not to be super graphic, but I was rubbing myself to the point that I was bleeding because I was like itching so bad. It was awful. It was the most it was super painful, actually. Couldn't hardly get rid of them. And then finally they would just clear up. But that's part of it for sure. I had thrush in my mouth. I actually had yeast in my mouth, and I went to doctors on duty for that. Like, who gets thrush if you're a healthy person? Like, how they didn't pick up on that, I don't know. But they just gave me diflucan for that also, and it did go away. So this last January, beginning of 2016, I started getting really sick. I started being like flu-like symptoms, really tired. My energy level was super low. My lack of appetite, just didn't feel like eating. I just wanted to get home and get in the bath. I was achy. I had body aches all over. Definitely flu-like symptoms. No vomiting or anything. And I kept waiting for it to go away. And it's like 3 weeks into this, it's just getting worse and worse. And I've gone to the doctor now twice, and I'm starting to feel like a big baby. Like, what is wrong with me? And so they had done blood work, and my blood work was weird. Like, I had red blood cells that were off and white blood cells were off. I was looking like I was diabetic. My sugar was high. Like, I'm a healthy person. I don't do drugs. I don't, I'm thin. I'm like not, I don't eat a bunch of crap. It didn't really add up. So they said abnormal blood, results, go to an internal internist. Sorry. internal doctor. So I went to this internist. I'm not saying that right. Anyways, I went to him the day after Valentine's Day. So Valentine's Day was on a Sunday. I spent the weekend on the couch with my boyfriend Eric, who was also sick. He had like bronchitis, so we were just figured we kind of had the same thing maybe. Turns out Eric didn't have HIV at all, and he still doesn't, and he's fine. But and still with me, super happy. Everything's cool. Get into that later. But anyways, I went to the doctor the next day, Monday, and I was definitely just continuing to feel awful. And he just asked if he could do a blood test for HIV. He was going to run every test he could think of. And I mean, we were talking about possibly having meningitis, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, all these things were coming up. He said he was definitely like, and he asked me like 3 times, have you had a sore throat? And I said no. And he was onto it. He saw all the symptoms and realized these were all for HIV. I didn't know that, and at the time, but he was onto it. And so he said, maybe, do you mind if we test you for HIV? And I was like, of course, like totally fine. So that night, about 7 o'clock, I'm assuming, I thought I had a parasite in me from the ocean. I thought, I have swallowed ocean water. I must have a parasite in me. And that's why I don't feel well. They're just going to have to find what parasite it is, give me the right antibiotics, and I'm going to be fine. So I knew that for testing for a parasite, they have to put it in these vials that like sit and refrigerate or whatever for like a few days. So I wasn't expecting to hear anything for a few days because I was so certain this is what it was. And I felt like my blood was just, I was so sick, like head to toe. I just felt like that it had to be a parasite, that it completely like entered my bloodstream and it was affecting my entire body. So like I said, about 7 o'clock that night, I get a call from this doctor, and he says that he doesn't know how to tell me this, but I tested positive for HIV, and not HIV. I tested positive for the antibody that is fighting against HIV. And he said it's going to take some time you need to do the next test. The next test is called the Western blot test, and it basically looks for how much HIV is in your blood. So he kind of gave me some information about it's possibly being a false positive, that he knows somebody that this happened to. And unfortunately, we kind of went on that for a little bit, but the more we did research, and I mean, this was in huge shock to me, my family, my boyfriend, my kids. We were like in complete, like I was immobile. Like I was so sick on top of it, and very hard to comprehend this information when you're so sick. And, finding out later by my HIV doctor, the way this was handled was really incorrect. I should not have been given a phone call at night. I should have been brought into office. I should have been given counseling. There was like so many things that were missed, and I was left to sit here with this information. And I went to another doctor the next day that he referred me to. It was an internal medicine doctor, and he basically just put me on HIV medication that was not a real current medication. Long story short, I ended up having like horrible side effects from that, and he gave me a sleeping pill. I mean, it was the wrong way to handle what had happened, what I was going through psychologically. And so anyways, I had basically given in to the fact that I had it because my symptoms were so right on with HIV, but everybody else was sort of holding on to the hope that maybe it was something else, because everyone thought HIV would be the worst thing possible. Turns out it is not. It's actually not even a big deal. And I'll get into why it's not a big deal.
It is. HIV is not a big deal.
I stopped that medication, took the Western blot test, and I ended up, show my eyes now. I ended up with, I had to wait about a week for the information to come back about how much HIV was in my blood. And it also definitely confirms that you have it. So I ended up having in 1 millimeter of blood, which is basically just a drop of blood, I had 507,000 particles of HIV. That is a lot. My blood was completely infested with HIV. What it was doing is HIV, this virus was attacking my good T cells that are cells that protect you from illness. So my body was under attack and it was not able to fight back. it wasn't able to fight back what was going on with me. I'm gonna stop here because I have pictures that I want to show of what I went through when I finally ended up with pneumonia and AIDS. And it was the sickest I've ever been. And for sure, if it had been 10, 15 years ago, they said I would have been given about 2 months to live. Thankfully, modern medicine today has changed, and not only is HIV really, I hate to like downplay it for people who have it and are really upset about it. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not affecting me in any way, but I'll get into that later. I have to go to the store now. Okay, back from the store. I just reviewed my tape and realized I said millimeter. It's a milliliter of blood. And I should mention, I don't want to get into too much information about how I got it. But I will say that it was from sex for sure. And I want to protect the person who gave it to me. I don't want to get into how he got it. But the ways that you get it is from sex, drug use, needles, and blood transfusions, which doesn't really happen anymore, and mothers giving it to their children via, being pregnant. So, but mine was definitely, it was sex, not drugs. And it is, HIV is in blood mainly. That's the big one. It's in blood. It is in semen, and sorry when my kids watch this, but it is in vaginal secretions, but it's a very small amount. It's almost the equivalent of saliva. Like there's no documented cases of a lesbian couple giving it to each other. So it's super, super low. So women giving it to men is really low, really, really low. And that is why Eric doesn't have it and why Eric isn't worried about getting it. We've done a lot of research, and I don't want to give any false information out there and tell people to
But you are.
Not protect themselves if it is the same situation as myself. But we're not like, it's not even a topic. It's a non-topic with us. My numbers now are so low that I basically don't have it anymore, but I'll get into all that.
That's enough for her. I couldn't take no more of her. She say HIV ain't a problem. Having HIV is not an issue. She cool with this. We've grown accustomed to this. This is all right. Extremely misleading. And it's sad that she would say some of the things that she said. Ima, are you present?
Okay, and I'm here.
All right. We did have one more video, but I don't want to prolong the situation anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We have one more video, but we're going to leave that alone. And we're going to move on with our portion. Wow.
Yeah.
She said, it's all right, though. It ain't a big deal.
Yeah, that's something. Some of the things she said, I thought she was, I don't know what I thought, but the things she said at the end were kind of very scary, because there are people who really believe that. Like, HIV is not a big deal. But HIV is what leads to AIDS. So how is it not a big deal?
Did you take notice to how she said her and the guy that she quartered from was only together for 6 months? That was it. So how many dudes was she with? How many people was she with between her current husband, her current boyfriend, and that other guy that she infected? Then she turned around and said, you can't catch it from women. Men don't catch HIV from, what's wrong with her?
Well, she said it's a very slim chance. I didn't hear her say that. Like, it's minuscule, but still a possibility.
She said it was a very low dosage in women's secretion, like it is in saliva. That's her verbatim. That's what she said. And then she turned around and said that her dude didn't catch it from her because men don't catch it from women. I said, you want to go over some of these comments, babe, Ima?
Okay. Yeah, she said very low chance. And then said, right, the guy she's with now is still with her. Whew, yeah. the 6 months, he's saying that's a courting period. It is. Sister Renee says, I remember seeing this blood donor event that Magic Johnson was at. I was thinking, sir, am I missing something? But the thing with Magic Johnson, I heard he was cured. I heard he went, and I would have to look it up, but that was such a long time ago. I stopped really. He was one of my favorite basketball players. So I really was watching his story for years. But I did hear he went and got cured from it in a whole different country, obviously. Definitely not here.
Maybe probably got him.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, and I heard, he went to see Dr. Sabi and some others, but we can look that up before we stand on what's his, his diagnosis. But yeah, some of the things that she said at the end were very troublesome. The things that she said were very troublesome because it's like somebody there are people who will take what she said and be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's nothing. And they would probably feel comfortable like, well, yeah, I got HIV, but I'll just take the medication and that's better than actually getting full-blown AIDS. Like, it's not better at all. Like,
so all of her life, she has to take that medication.
Right. Whew. And then this is a great point. What Maury Kessler said, this is why we don't eat meat with the blood, because blood is the life and can hold diseases and illnesses. And what she said about her blood, one drop had how much? 570,000 milliliters?
Liters.
Yes. One drop. And it made me really think about when I was in school and at work doing the phlebotomy things and getting the blood work and being like, I was always like, I don't want nobody's blood dropping on me. But there is a rule in the medical field too, where you have to have gloves, can't have your fingernails but so long. You got to wear closed shoes, and you got to wear these like shoes that don't have holes in them, because they know that the secretions, the fluids of others getting on you, getting in you is just that easy from a drop. And I remember, and I'm always, when I used to work there, would come home before I did anything, hugged anybody, go in the bathroom, take off my scrubs, and take a shower, because you don't know what gets on you. Like, and the fact that she said it wasn't the worst thing to have.
And that's because of modern medication. The medication prolongs your life. It doesn't cure you of the disease. It doesn't do away with the disease. It keeps the disease from turning into HIV, into AIDS, and because it mutates. So it keeps it from mutating into full-blown AIDS.
Like cancer.
And they think as long as they can take that disease, that's medication, it ain't that big of a problem. That's crazy.
But the sad thing is, what about all the people that can't afford that medication? What are all the people that don't have insurance? And that's our people. And that's why we have the highest population of the disease, because we don't have the ability and we don't have the outlets and the access to the health care in the same way. And it's just sad. But I really think, she should really be careful of how she's saying that message, and what that does to someone who's like, oh, okay, yeah, I can live with this. But she's living with it because she has the resources to maintain the disease, to keep it dormant in her body. But what I do know in medication, there's a time when your body can acclimate to these medications and it doesn't work forever. So it's like, then you got to take stronger doses. There's just so many. Keter says, are you the president? And Keter says, I know someone who's been living with it for 20 plus years. He says that currently they can't find it in his blood. Wow.
I wonder if he took any herbs or anything to fight it, to get it out of his system, because he may have resorted to nature to take care of it.
right? And what Anit's saying too, testing's free nowadays. It is. You can go right up to a clinic and say, hey, I want an AIDS test. I want to get an STD check.
Prevention is freer.
Yeah, it is.
Prevention, no sex at all. It's freer.
Yeah. But like we said, though, people doing other things, though. So you got to get tested. And it says, I think it's really the education of it all and knowing what resources that are out there for people. Absolutely. That's one of the biggest downfalls for our people. And that's with any and everything, the education of it all and the resources and the access to those resources. So, all right. Toda rabbi, everybody, for your input. And yep, and they'll give you a response on your results on the spot, but because it's called a rapid HIV test. And they do that now because of the spread of it is so vast. And she was right too. You're not supposed to give anybody the results, any negative or abnormal results. You're never supposed to give it to them over the phone. They are supposed to call you into the office and give you those results, because anything and everything can happen to a person. Somebody can get a result with a phone and go out and try to take the person's life that gave it to them. So, but yeah, this documentary that you said about Dr. I think it's Fauci. I would love to, if you find the link, send it to us, please, sis. Ames Sakari says, my cousin worked long and hard during the early years of AIDS. She spoke in the state and in Africa, taking care of many with meds. She's a resource. Toda rabba, Ames Sakari, if you can give us her information as well. Toda rabba. All right, toda rabba, everyone, for your input, your messages, your comments. We are going to go into our next segment of our commandment.
Hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
More to say.
We brought the problem. Now, what's the resolution? How do we solve this? How do we fix this? One way of preventing it is by not having sex at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, celibacy is very important until the time you become married. And then when you get married, as the man and the woman, you have to separate yourself from anybody that doesn't belong to you. A lot of guys out here today think that it's okay to just sleep with these girls or get oral sex from these girls as if it's okay, and it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can contract something, and even if you don't die, you can take it home to your lady and she'll die. I know somebody who the husband cheated, brought it home to her, and both of them are dead now. Both of them from the streets. You know, it is sad because, as I say always, these are things that are preventable. You didn't have to get it. Now, somebody that got it through birth or somebody that got it through a blood transfusion, something like that, I understand. I sympathize with you. And I pray that the Most High has mercy and help to heal you from those situations. But the people who get it trusting their husbands or trusting their wives, and the other party brings it home and infect them, I couldn't begin to tell you that that is almost impossible for you to be able to just say, oh, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, because you can't. This was somebody that you trusted, him or her. You trusted them with your life. And their own life wasn't worth anything. Therefore, your life isn't worth anything to them. But how do you detect that, you know? How do you be able to see? This is what I teach. Anybody that wants to be married, before you marry, you go get a blood test. Both of y'all go down there. Any woman that ever married that I ever married, they will always tell you, I had them go get a blood test before we did anything. And then I will give them a copy of mine. They will give me a copy of theirs. and we would see everybody's history as far as venereal diseases. And that's how it should still be done. Had we did it that way with a lot of our people out here in these situations, if they had it prior to the marriage, you would have known. But you know what? A lot of us would have known and still married them. Oh, we can keep this, it's under control, or we'll only use condoms, or we'll do it this, and then along the way, it don't end up working that way. But we should all go get tested.
Absolutely.
Prior to coming together. During that courtship period, when you haven't touched each other, go get that test. And allow that test to tell you whether this person is acceptable or not.
Mm-hmm.
You will be surprised at what you will find. There are more people out there with the virus than there are that are not, that don't have the virus. And that's sad. See that?
MK says, I found out that many orphanages in Africa are prevalent and filled because parents have expired as a result of HIV and AIDS. Whew.
That's sad. I think a lot more attention needs to be played on this because people really don't think that this thing is real. A lot of people don't think it's real.
Yeah.
A lot of people will lay down with you. And you know what? A lot of things is people drink after other people as if it's no problem. Oh, that's my man. He cool.
Crazy.
It just takes the saliva from the individual to get on something and then you to put your lips on it and the secretion, that little bit of secretion gets in your mouth and then you can be infected. And you could be a straight dude. Your dude could be, your man could be undercover and you don't know. He tough around you. He a cold killer around you. You would never imagine. But the truth is that a lot of them dudes that look like they're about their life, their real serious, strong life, they ain't about their life at all. They flakes.
Mm-hmm.
But you won't know. So you got to be careful. Can't trust none of them. You got to be careful. But I really feel sorry for the innocent victims of this. So the resolution would be, you can look up some herb. There's different herbs. I used to have a list of, you know, while we on break, I'm gonna look and see if I can find. But I used to have a list for herbs that could destroy the HIV virus. It's a strong list. I got it from a brother a long time ago. This guy in our neighborhood, his name was Crack, down North Philly. Crack had gotten AIDS and he got blind. And my brother Raj went and got from the brother Pudge, because Pudge was in the herbs and we wasn't all in the herbs back then. It was many years ago. He went and got the remedy for the HIV, the virus. And Pudge gave me a copy of the list. And it saved Crack life. He don't have AIDS no more, but he's still blind. Because when we got to it, it was after he had gotten blind. And I just want to see if I still got that list on my computer, because if I find it, I want to share it on the screen, because I know it's a lot of you that are infected, that are here, that are listening. And I want to be able to help you. I want to be able to give you something to try to help to counteract the disease, the illness that you may have. I really do. And it's my job and my desire to help my people. I don't always get what I want, but I do my best to see if I can make it happen. All right. So what we can do is, if whoever you are, if you contact me later and let me know that you would like to get those lists, you don't have to have the disease to get the list. You just need to get the list. You might have somebody else you want to help. However it is, it doesn't have to be you, or if it is you, it doesn't matter. But I have a list that a brother gave me many years ago of herbs that I know work, because they helped that brother who was dying. The virus had caused him to be completely blind. Crack can't see today. And we talking a good 20-something years later. He still can't see today because the HIV took his eyes out. But he's still alive. He's only alive not because of what the doctors did, but because of what the brother Pudge, the formula and the herbs that he gave us, and Ra'aj hand-feeding it to him to get him out of that condition. So I'm going to look around for that list just in case you guys call me. And I'm going to find that list and I'm going to post it on my page. And hopefully, Creator willing, it will help. It's like 40 herbs. It's a list of like 30, 40 herbs that you got to put equal amounts to. And then you got to take it 2 or 3 times a day. But it works, you know? So I probably should have looked for it prior to the class, but I did not. So please forgive me, but I will. All right?
Okay.
All right. So, Iman, you can take the floor. Go ahead with the commandments. I'm going to try to search for that list real quick.
Okay. I just want to play one song, and then we'll go into our commandments.
When you wake up in the morning and it's raining in your heart and you feel like you can't make it before you even start, your world is wrapped in darkness and you cannot see the light, and all your situations don't seem to work out right. What you do? You open up your vision, open up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. See, Moses was a servant with a very special deed. He was sent to old Pharaoh to say, let Yah's people be. Israel was captive of an unrighteous man. Oh, Pharaoh would not hearken to the words of the Most High's plan. He opened up your vision, opened up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year.
All right. Before we begin, Iman, I did find one of my lists, but the list that I found is not the list that I'm looking for. But I did find one of the lists, and I would like to share that little portion on the screen with the family.
Okay.
Let me see if I can blow it up some so you can see it. Don't know. Maybe I can make it larger. No, it won't let me make it any larger. So I'll copy and paste it and share it to the screen. And then whomever is interested, you can look these herbs up and try to find some relief from whatever your situation may be. It's going to run through for in a minute. There you go. Having trouble connecting, please check your internet. All right. Can you guys hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Okay, we can hear you.
All right. I don't know why they couldn't connect it. Well, I do know why. When I'm acting like I know that they don't want certain information broadcast and put out there to the public. Come on now. All right. There you go. All right. Well, that's a few of the herbs.
Yes.
Now, from the research that was done there, this I can't vouch for. I can't vouch for that. But I remember years ago when I did some research, this is what I came up with, and this was it in my notes.
Put it back.
I'm going to have to search a little harder for the other one. The other one was an exhaustive list, and I don't know what I saved it under, but create a woman, I'll be able to find it. All right. Emma, did you want to say something?
No, I was talking to the baby.
Okay. All right, family. May the Most High be with you. And I pray that if you are suffering from any of these illnesses or sicknesses, that the Most High bring you healing, comfort your heart and your mind, and strengthen you so that you can take on the challenge of fighting these diseases, sicknesses, illnesses, and become healthy again. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. There are millions of people living with these diseases. They don't tell you. And they're looking for husbands, they're looking for wives, because everybody wants companionship. And they won't tell you that they're infected with these diseases and they'll kill you. You got to be careful of the people you bring in your life today. All right. You ready, Emma?
Okay, just sending it back. Okay. All right, Total Rabbah for that segment, that information, especially for the resolutions or opinion, resolutions of what we think may be able to help others. I pray that it was informative and we all got something out of it. All right, moving forward, we are in our laws, our commandment time. And our first commandment that is highlighted came from Mori Kezu, and his law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 14, verse 3. And that law reads, "Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing." And he said, "Do not eat any detestable thing." And his explanation is, animals we are allowed to consume on land, air, and water are stated throughout the rest of this chapter and in Leviticus 11. Yeah.
Well, let me bring some enlightenment to this. The animals that we are able to eat in the air are not stated in Leviticus, the 11th chapter.
Well, he said throughout the rest of this chapter in Leviticus. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Now, I know when you go to Leviticus, the 11th chapter, it'll name certain birds. But the reality is that a lot of those birds, they don't know the name to. They just put something there. They don't know the name of a lot of those birds. Some of them they may have come up with the names to, but a lot of those names they just put there because they did not know what birds those were in the Hebrew. No, Autumn has not had her baby yet. She is still with a big stomach. She has not had the baby yet. Yeah. Okay, so what she say? Sister Hibdalia, she says, all the animals are not named either, only the criteria that exist for the animals that are permissible to eat. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. So you got to be careful when you read, you got to be careful. And the Creator will give you the parameter. But see, the thing is, He doesn't give you the characteristics of the birds. He doesn't tell you like a bird has a certain trait, like the pig with the split hoofs and the chew at the cud. He explained that to you, like the fish, fins and the scale. He explained that to you, like with the wild things on the ground, the spiders and things with many legs above their back. He explains all that to you, that those things are either permissible or not permissible. But with the birds, he doesn't give us an explanation as to which birds we can and which birds we cannot eat. Therefore, when people say to me, the law doesn't say that we can't eat chicken, you don't know what the law say in reference to chicken. But if you look at a chicken, whether he's a scavenger bird, absolutely he's a scavenger bird. And he will kill other animals. Chickens are unclean. And every day, the more you look and hear and listen to the news, they're discovering more and more things about the fowl, the chicken. They're also discovering, it's not a discovery, but it might be for you, that the chickens are not the same. If you look on my page, I did a video, I put up a video about chickens and how much they changed over the last 40 or 50 years. From mingling and mixing them with different breeds of birds. They're trying to get the perfect tasting chicken. It says that 1-point-something kilograms in the 1954 to 2.9 kilograms now is how much a chicken weigh. They're huge. He says they doubled in size in that period of time. He said they've never been like that. The chicken's life used to be 180 days before you can kill it. Chicken's life now is 49 days, and they're killing it because they confine them so they can't walk around, so all that fat gets on their bodies, and then they slaughter them and give them to you, and you're eating them. If you ever take a piece of chicken, put it in the oven, you see that pus coming out, that's poison. Why would you want to eat pus? Oh, that's the juice. No, that's not juice. That's pus, and it's coming out the bird when you heat it up. Another indicator that those fowls are not to be eaten. But, yeah. Got to be careful. But people don't want to hear that because black people eat a lot of chicken. Israelite people eat a lot of chicken. Every event, every function, everything we gathered in, we slopping down the chicken. It ain't right if we ain't got no chicken. How we having an event and ain't got no chicken? See, we don't think like that. How we at an event with Prince and them and ain't no chicken here? Chickens are unclean, and you shouldn't eat them. Shouldn't eat them. So many of our people, what they say, sugar is addictive, so is chicken. I like that movie, they cloned Tyrone. Tyrone tells you it's in the chicken. He tells you, but you don't listen. Let's go on, please.
All right, Toda Rabah. So the next law that we have to present is given to us by Malka Hegdalia, and it can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 32. And that verse reads, "Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy creator. I am the Most High." And her explanation is, in some circles of our community, it seems we have extended this honor to all leadership. However, the law is clear that it is a respect and acknowledgement that is to be given to elders. I thought all leaders were included too. While we can speculate reasons that this honor is given to elders, the most important thing is to put it in practice. It may seem awkward at times, but take comfort in knowing you are keeping another law.
That's a good way to look at it.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right, the next law is given to us by Enki Ter. It can also be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 29. And it reads, "Do not prostitute, Slika, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness." And Enki Ter's explanation reads, "It is the responsibility of the head of household to find suitable mates for their daughters. The accumulation of wealth should not be the primary deciding factor. The character, ethics, mental, and emotional stability of the potential son-in-law should also be considered. When these combined considerations are disregarded, we set up our daughters for relationship failures, which can lead to engagements with multiple partners."
Aim, that, as always, you never fail to deliver. That was very powerful information. Now I got 14 daughters. I have 14 daughters, and probably 10, 12 maybe, that's of marriage age, that can be married, old enough to be married. And each time I approach them to be able to speak to them in reference to picking a husband for them, I'm told no. No, but that's all right. We'll find somebody. We'll do this. We'll do that. So they have their marriages or their relationships, which don't last long. Over in a couple months, over in a couple weeks. Children don't want to live according to the Torah. Children don't want to obey their parents. And if your child is living a life where your child is accustomed to the freedom that they want to have as far as how to worship the Most High, because you can't restrict them. You got to let them do what they do. Mm-hmm. They're going to end up just like the rest of the children of Israel, worship the Most High when it's convenient for them or when they need something from Him. But just in their regular day, just their regular going about day, they're not thinking about the Most High. They don't honor their father. They don't bring their children home to daddy or Abba and say, "Abba, what do you think about him?" I had one daughter who brought a man to me. Well, can I say two? Well, no, one I just dealt with issues with him. Two of them I dealt with issues, but the other one, I had one daughter who brought her potential husband to me. And I interviewed the guy and sat him down and talked to him, and we talked for quite a while. And the guy said all the right stuff. He said all the right things that he needed to say. And then I found out later that my daughter had already been intimate with the guy. Had already did that prior to bringing the guy to me, and it hurt. What can I say? It happened, and it hurt. So she brought him to me really as a cleanup. But the simple fact she brought them to me was a point on her head, an accomplishment, because prior to that, none of them was bringing nobody to me saying anything. And when I volunteered to find a husband for them, because they are so infatuated and run to these streets, they don't want me having a say in the man that they bring into their lives. Relationship after relationship after relationship fails. And I'm saying this globally. Young black women, period. Relationship after relationship after relationship, they fail. When are you finally going to say enough is enough? Let me go the biblical way. Let my father choose a man for me and see what my father does. See if my father has a better insight. It's usually never good when you as a young lady is trying to pick a mate for yourself, because what you see when you see those red flags, what you see, you ignore. Because your hormones is racing and jumping and your desires are moving and you want this for yourself. You think you want it until you get in there and you find out it ain't what you thought it was. Therefore, you let your father do. Even if you got somebody that's interested in you, give them your father's number and tell them to call your father and let your father run him through the ringer and see if he's worthy. Not enough people do that. You have to be able to trust your father's opinion on the matter. If your father is living this way of life, worshiping the Most High to the best of his ability, then yes, you should really, really learn to trust in his decisions when it comes to you picking a mate. You should. Because it ain't easy like you think. It ain't as simple as you think. And your father going to be honest, and he's going to give an honest evaluation of the guy, whether you like it or not. Your father will be honest. Yeah. All right, Ma.
Aim Kimya, the next law is given to us by Aim Kimya, and her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 15, verses 8 through 10, and they read, "And if he that hath the issue spit upon him that is clean, he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be clean, and be unclean until the even. And what saddle soever he rideth upon that hath the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the even. And he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until even." And her explanation is, these purification rituals tells me not only the washing of bodies and clothing in water, but also the importance of forgiving offenses and going to bed, sleep with a clear conscience in body, mind, and spirit. The reward, peaceful rest and sleep, a great health, exceptional personality, etc. Shalom.
Very good, very good. Toda Rabah, Sister Varel. Toda Rabah. All right, sis, it's your time, Sister Yakia. It's your turn for a second. Sister Yakia says, I have a say in choosing a spouse. And she got about 4 daughters, I believe. You got 4. I believe you got 4 daughters and 2 boys, I think, Sister Yakia.
What? I thought it was 2 girls and 2. I mean,
no, you got more than 2 girls.
3 girls and 2 boys.
Yeah, that might be it. She might have, but she here, so we can let her tell us. Mm-hmm. And I have to say, and I have to be honest, that she's right in that matter. Her children are extremely respectful, extremely honorable young girls and young boys. They are so honorable. And she has one about 27. Peaches, how old is Peaches? Peaches is about 27, I think she is. So I called her father up. I didn't call you, sis. I called her father. And I called her father up and asked her father about an arranged marriage with my son. And I got chewed out. I got chewed out. I called her father up about an arranged marriage with my son, KJ, and I got chewed out. What do you think about that, sis? Because you said, I believe in arranged marriages and learned about the family. Did you ever hear about that? I guess you never heard about that, right, sis? You never heard about that conversation. The brother had me thinking my son was something wrong. Like, what? How dare you? I said, huh? I thought about this situation. I said, I'm calling you,
Right,
your daughter, to walk righteously with my son, husband and wife. My daughter, she don't even like him. What that got to do with anything? Is she like him or not? It ain't about that. We as men are supposed to sit down and arrange these situations and these marriages for the best for everyone.
but how would you
Whether
know?
they like it or not. We know what's best for them. They don't. She's 27 years old now. 27. KJ is about 33 now. He's fully qualified. And if there was a reason that he wasn't qualified, and I would have understood, tell me why you don't think that would work. My daughter don't even like him. What likes got to do with this?
How did he know that?
I don't know how he knew, but he happened to, when I asked the question, he knew right off the hip. She don't like him. How would you know if she liked him or not? And I don't know, sis, but I'm just letting you know, Sister Yakia.
How old were they when you asked?
Say it again.
How old were they when you asked? Maybe he was
last year.
Oh,
this was last year. So last year I asked. I don't even know if it was a year yet. I know it was last year. It might have been early this year or last year, 25 maybe. But it was a complete no. And if I knew of any daughters that was as virtuous as her daughters, let me tell you, and I'm not exaggerating, all of her children, it's like if you took a mold and wrote the perfect child and then put it right there, that's how her children are. All of them, even the boys. And I'm not exaggerating because she here, because I don't hide the truth. Her children are great. She did an excellent job. Her and they did an excellent job raising them children. They are exceptional children.
Great.
And I knew that it will be a beautiful thing to welcome that into the bloodline of my family. And that's why I wanted to do it. But didn't happen. Well, at least it hasn't happened as of yet. Sister Yakia might be on it right now. She might be over there making some phone calls now. Prince asked you, and you said, what is wrong with you? I don't know. I just do what I got to do. But yes, it was a beautiful thing. What'd she say? They are still virgins, and I told them to have the potential spouse to get a blood test. Absolutely. They must. They must. I don't know why my thing won't allow me to take that down. Maybe you have to do it. Yeah, they must.
Do you see this next one?
No, I don't. It won't let me do nothing right now, babe. I'm on punishment, I guess. Restriction.
Well, Autumn said, so I understand the benefit of arranged marriages. However, I do have to ask, do we truly ignore the children's affection towards one another or lack thereof? And then she has another part. Like, at some point during the arrangement, do the children meet and parents observe if they have compatibility?
Yes, the parents do meet. The children can meet and the parents do observe, but compatibility isn't in liking, I like him or I like her. That's not what this is about. That's why marriages fail, because so many people go off of their emotions. That's why they fail. And a lot of our people, particularly females, believe that, oh, I got to have an attraction for him. I can't let him touch me. How y'all do? I can't even let him touch me. I can't lay down with him at night in the bed. I couldn't kiss him. Man, all that stuff is just a benefit of a marriage. It doesn't constitute a marriage. And we have to understand that a marriage is a whole lot more than physical attraction. Matter of fact, physical attraction ain't got nothing to do with them. You would want to and hope that you are physically attracted to the person you marry, but you don't have to be. And it's not a requirement or a prerequisite of a marriage. And that's why so many marriages fail in America. On a prearranged marriage, when the father and the mother, or the father or the mother, whoever it is, chooses your mate, you don't, most of the times you don't even know them. You never met them. And if you were to be introduced to them, you probably wouldn't like them, just for the simple fact that your parents chose them. You didn't have the right to choose. Most arranged marriages outlast and outperform marriages that you choose on your own. Look at the statistics. They outperform and outarrange. They outperform them. They last so much longer. And Maury Kezu is correct. They will learn to love one another. Don't you remember coming to Africa, coming to America? Yeah, they will learn to love each other if they allow themselves to experience it. A lot of people reject the instructions of their father or their mother, and their fathers and mother put them in arranged marriages, and they repel against the marriage not because they don't like the other individual, they didn't give them a chance, simply because their parents did it. All right? Simply because their parents arranged it. You want to read that?
Yes. Gaveri Yakia says, the wisdom of a man is attractive. A man that fears the Most High and walks in his ways is more attractive than his outer appearance. Beauty fades.
Absolutely. I remember this one marriage that I heard about. Go ahead, read it.
Zaquina Michelle says, I have 3 sons and 2 daughters. Their father deceased, so he can't be consulted. None are open to an arranged marriage. It would be great if they were.
Isn't that something, sis? How old are they?
They're all adults.
Yeah, how old are they?
Oh.
Yeah, but I remember watching this one video. This is real though. A real video when when this man married this woman, and later on he took her to court and sued her. He sued her for deception. He sued the woman for deception. And this is how she deceived him. The man had 3 children by the lady, and all the children was ugly. Hideous, ugly. And he said, well, I couldn't figure out where this was coming from. So he went and researched the lady, found out she had plastic surgery to make her look. I'm serious, these Chinese people, this is real. She had plastic surgery to make her look the way she looked that he was attracted to. See, that's what I mean. That attraction, you got to leave that attraction alone. So he was attracted to her. He hooked up with her. They get together, and she had 3 children, and real ugly children. And he couldn't understand, why are we having these ugly children? Here's a picture of my wife. Look it up on the internet, and you'll find it. Man divorced a woman because she gave him 3 ugly children.
Oh gosh,
this is real.
So Zaquina Michelle says, my sons have brought girls home to get my opinion, but they move forward even if I say nay, shaking my head.
You see what I mean? That's what they do. Son 45.
Her son is 45. Her daughter is 42. Her son is 35, and she has a daughter 32 and a son 32. Nobody married, but no children out of wedlock.
She said nobody I'd marry. Or is it? What does that say? Nobody I'd married.
But probably she meant is.
Okay, well, wait a minute. She got a son 45, daughter 42, a son 30. Oops, Nobody is. Okay. Daughter 32 and son 32. So she got 2 boys and 2 girls.
No, she has 3 boys and 2 girls.
Where you see 3 boys? 45, 35,
35.
32, and 2 girls. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But none of them are married and no children out of that's you know how hard that is to have all them children and nobody out of wedlock. Nobody had children out of wedlock. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's hard to say.
Yeah.
You know, and it's hard to have children so old with no children. 32 years old. And what was the other daughter? 35, I believe
45.
it was. No, the son was 45, wasn't it?
45.
Okay. Sister Michelle, do your children live this lifestyle? Do they live this way? Do they live the life of a Hebrew?
You know, this is Queen Michelle from our school.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. She said, I need grandchildren.
Yes. She said they live this. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why they're not married then. Wonder why they're not married.
Oh my good God, was it no abortions?
Well, I don't know, sis. Maybe we could try to help you out with some people we know, because we know a lot of brothers that's looking for women, and we know a lot of women that's looking for men. But for you to be a man and for me to vouch for you to be somebody's wife or husband, you got to be exceptional. Other than that, I can't vouch for you to be nobody's husband. If you're not impressing me, then I don't know what to say about vouching for you to be a husband to a wife.
True. Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right about that. That's a lot of misconception that people have. You know, a lot of people have been under that knife for that's their form of birth control. Yep. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family?
No, we have a few more laws to read.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The next law is brought to us by Asimi Arishon, and his law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 11, verse 1 through 3. And it reads, And the Most High spoke unto Moshe and to Yaharon, saying unto them, Speak unto the children of Yisrael, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven-footed and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. And she said, Asimi Arishon likes that law because it tells us what meat we can eat. Also, if we eat things that do not have that criteria, we are violating the Most High's laws. Very good, Asimi Arishon. Let me see. It said, Enki Pear had a question. Let me see. Let me see. Enki Pear had a question, but I don't see it. Oh, okay. Enki Pear's question is, isn't the betrothal period the observation period to determine if the marriage should be consummated? And that's talking about the arranged marriages.
Yes. Yes. That would be correct. But I saw a comment up here. Okay. Are we done with AIM?
Okay.
All right. I wanted to talk about this for a minute. Some women are discouraged because of what they see in today's marriages, so they stay single. How you feel about that, Ima?
Some women are discouraged. Well, how I feel about it? I agree with her. And partly I agree with her because I have two adult daughters who are in their mid to late 20s. One has been married in the Hebrew way, and one hasn't. One is still a virgin. And when I talk to them about marriage and they, come to me, they're very discouraged because of what they have seen, how they've seen, and what they've seen in the Hebrew community of how men treat women, how women are just misguided by a lot of men because of the abuse of the law of how a man is, ruler over you, but how that law is being abused, taken advantage of, how women are, I don't know, just, misguided and abused mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. I know my daughters are very strong-willed, and I'm sure that comes from the women in our family, and I've taught them growing up as humans, period, my sons and daughters, to ask questions, to not be disrespectful, but so I know just from them and what they've seen, they're like, they haven't seen anybody worthy. And when a Israelite young man has approached them, they realize they're just playing games. They're just trying to see if they can get in their pants, or it hasn't been serious enough for where they feel like, hey, we should actually have a conversation and bring this to our family, that this guy's interested in me because, from what they say, they ask questions, they look, and they're like, nah. But I think most of it comes from just what they've observed over the years in this walk of life. And I could say, I guess that's from all three of them when I talk to them. That's what they just don't see it. So.
All right. Well, I'll put the link. I'll put the link in the room, and I would like to get some people to weigh in on their opinion on that subject.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the link again. I'll put it in there again. I would like to hear the opinion of some of you, especially you, Sister Yakia. You brought it up. But I would like to hear the opinion of some of you on this subject. I think that this is a valuable subject because it talks about us building our nation, the development of our nation. I think it's important. So I would like to get the opinion of some of you and let me know what you think.
And you know what I also think, of course, it's this culture that we're living in. And I know
you were saying, right?
Oh, pants. That's why our daughters need to wear culture.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to me.
Yeah, I definitely think the exposure of this culture, at a certain point when your children are a certain age and they're out there in the world, what they expose themselves to and what they do is partly out of your control. You can talk to them, but you can't make them adhere to certain things. But the other part is it depends on, I think, too, what type of relationship they have with their father. The type of relationship they have with their father and other men, who they've come into contact with, and how those other men have shown them certain things. And, just being transparent. I know for my daughters, they don't have great relationships with their fathers. And so they have a different outlook on men, and how they respect men is different from mine, because I had a awesome relationship with my father. So a lot of things that I can explain to them about that I can explain to them, but they don't have that experience. And then I don't have the experience they have. So I don't understand some of the things that they're going through. However, I do try to encourage them that all men aren't like that, and to, look deeper, and then to just, pray to the Creator for it. For one, I'm a big I'm a big supporter of not going out there and seeking and allowing the Most High to, bring what's supposed to be for you. And just understanding that, yeah, you have a right to ask questions. You have a right to, ask all the questions you want before you deal with anybody, but also bringing them to the family, because we're going to ask the questions that you may not think of, that are hard for you to ask. So it's different reasons, but I can definitely understand. There's a lot of things that I see that examples of men being married to women that I am opposed to, that I do not agree with, that I feel like are the worst examples for young women, especially in this walk, because we are a part of this walk. So I'm going to, leave it there. I'm not going to go to other people's ways of life. But in this walk, I've seen from when I first came in this way of life till present, how, the abuse of women, the abuse of the children, and just because they hold the title of I'm a man, I can do this. And it has deterred a lot of young women who grew up with my daughters as well, to not want to even date within this way of life, let alone, find a husband outside. So it's a lot that needs to be healed, I'm sure, in more conversations had and understood.
Well, I think we need to keep into consideration also that this world is not as it should be, which means a lot of the things like the atrazine, a lot of the things that we are consuming is altering our minds. Black people are outperforming Europeans. Almost every nation is outperforming Europeans when it comes to having children. They are at a deficit from the amount of deaths every year to the amount of births. They're not replenishing their generation. But this hasn't just started. This has been projected over 15, 20 years ago, and it's catching up to that projection now. But I'm saying that because they knew that they were already outnumbered. And if we continue to be rapidly spitting out children, they would really rapidly be outnumbered tremendously. So what they began was a project many years ago to cause people to not to want to be married. And a lot of times when you see these things in the internet where men is talking about women and women talking about men, they don't understand, but all these things were intentionally designed to turn us against each other so that we won't come together, so that we won't be having multiple children, we won't be having a lot of children in a traditional family setting. Few and few people are getting married today. And then the few that are getting married, fewer of them are getting married according to the laws of this government. And that's partly because when you divorce, the woman takes so much of what you had in separation and divorce. It's so many reasons why today, how my sister Michelle, can get on here and say she got two daughters, I believe was 32 and 35, that are unwed. And I'm sure they're beautiful. She's a very attractive sister. I'm sure her children, unless she was like married a dude that was like the Chinese guy, said, Ima.
Now her daughter taught for school.
She what? She taught at the school? Okay. So I'm sure they have the right demeanor and attitude and all those things to move in a righteous manner. I think in my opinion, that a lot of this is because of the wage that's been placed against us to turn us against each other, to the atrazine turning the women into men and the men into women. If you watch, a lot of that has been happening. And you got a lot of women that act like they mean, they nasty, they arrogant, They feel entitled. I don't think it's their nature to be that way. I think it has a lot to do with government intervention that's causing them to act that way strategically so that we won't come together and reproduce. That's my opinion on the matter. Let's see what our sister Michelle said. My daughters, you want to read that, Emma?
Okay, she says, my daughters are not willing to give up their freedom to travel when
What
they
I mean?
want haven't met young men they are willing to submit to. Now,
You see what I mean?
I will say that that's where my
A
daughters
problem.
are.
There's a problem.
It
But go ahead,
is.
give your opinion. I'm
But
listening.
I'm going to say that that's where my daughters are too. And part of it is because, sad to say, they do feel like when they get married to a man, especially when you have been in the world, you've established yourself, these men come in and then they what's that word people like to say? They stifle your growth. Or they don't want to travel. They just want to sit at home. They want to just demand you have their children, and then that becomes your life. And I think for a lot of young women, because they saw that growing up and they saw the unhappiness in their mothers and other women, that they don't want that right away. My children all want, my daughters all want children. They want a relationship, they want a marriage, but they do not want to be stifled. And then they don't want to marry somebody who's going to come in and then take all of what they've worked for, So part of that too is finding the right person and having people help you find the right person. So I think it plays a lot on both sides. It's not they're one-sided, and this is just my opinion. But I agree with them, and I'm going to be very transparent with women. Period. I'm always transparent with you all. I was a woman who married in relationships with men who did not deserve to be with me because they liked me and they, said some things that was nice, and it felt great to be admired and all these things. But if I really would have adhered to my father and brought them to him, they would have been X'd out because they were not quality. They did not match me in my lifestyle. They didn't bring more to the table than I brought to the table. And these are all things that should be considered, especially in the world we're in today. I think in every relationship I had prior to yours, Abba, I was the breadwinner. I was the one with the most education, all the things. And then I was the one also stifled because of it and abused in different ways because of it, because I did not adhere to my father and the things that he would tell me, and my mother too, that was some choices I made. But I think it does go a lot into it when you marry somebody and you're this type of woman, knowing that if you marry a man who does not want to travel, who does not want this, who's going to berate you or feel bad within himself because he doesn't make more money than you, then you're marrying into a problem for you. Most importantly, you're not going to be happy. So I think a lot of things has to be considered, but that's my opinion.
I got so many things that y'all just. One subject is this. Listen, y'all, I put the link in the room so y'all can come in and speak. I would rather you come in and speak than just type it in the room. Come in and speak and give your opinion verbally, because you have so much more essence behind what you're saying as opposed to how we have to read it and interpret your emotions. All right. So you want to read that, Emo?
Yes. My sister wife says, marrying a man that only wants you to stay home, not traveling together to see family, friends, or even have trips together as a couple every now and then, nothing is a red flag to me.
Okay.
And then Queen Michelle said, Queen Michelle. Okay. Are you going to press it?
You got it.
Zaquina Michelle says, my sons do want to marry, however, but they haven't found mates willing to submit. My sons
Willing to do what?
Submit.
So
My
they couldn't
sons-
marry. They couldn't marry our daughters because our daughters are not willing to submit.
No, I won't
They
say
want to
that.
be men, and the
No.
men want to be women. I'm telling you, it's not intentional with them. The government that we are in has designed this so that men can feel just like he's feeling, and women can feel just like they're feeling, so that we won't come together. The woman won't take her rightful place as a wife, and the man won't take his rightful place. The male won't take his place as a husband. This is intentional. Keep reading, please.
She says also, my sons lost their father in their adolescence, so their understanding how to lead well may be a bit stifled. And what you said about the submit, like when I talk to my daughters about submission, they said that we've talked about it because we be very clear with each other that they're open to submission, but they don't want to submit to any man just because he's an Israelite and he's saying he's a man. And I think the thing is too, we have to. I know men don't like to hear it, but submission is big.
Sweetheart.
Yes.
As a woman,
yeah,
I can't speak on submission because all of y'all women, most women that I know, if I had the right man, I would submit to him. No, that's not how it goes. It don't work that way. If you're feminine, then you're feminine. If you're masculine, then you're masculine. There isn't no in between. I can change it up when I need to change it up. It's in you. And again, for the third time, I don't think it's the women, just like I don't think it's the men. I think it's a design plan to destroy us from our natural essence that the Creator gave us. That's all. And we feed into it. It becomes a part of us and we accept it and embrace it. Thereby, we're 40 and 50 years old, childless, and we're going to die with a cat or a dog. It's intended to be that way. That's why arranged marriages are the best marriages, but the children has to honor the arranged marriages. If we stop being dogs for the males, if the women stop trying to go on a vacation and enjoy a trip, because that's all they doing. Trips all over the place, trips all over the world, enjoying life. I'm still young. I'm going to have fun. That's not what youth is for. Youth is preparing for the future. You broke, and you broke right now. Why? Because every couple of months you got a trip to take. You want to go over here. You ask the average young lady, name the last 5 trips you've been in the last year. And I bet you they got about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. But they don't want to give that lifestyle up to submit themselves and be a wife. They don't want to do that. Like Sister Michelle said, they don't want to stop doing that. When you become a wife or when you become a husband, responsibility has precedence over everything else in your life that you want to do. Responsibility takes precedence. And most people just want to be responsible for themselves so they can take those trips, so they could have those parties, so they could go wherever they want to go and do whatever they want to do and don't have to answer to nobody or get permission from anybody. Most people feel that way. It ain't just necessarily young people. We got a lot of older people that feel that way. But in order for you to have a successful marriage, you have to compromise some things. And all them trips you're talking about taking might be what you got to compromise. And I'm not talking about going to see family, visiting family. I'm talking about every year, 3 or 4 times a year, we got to go. I got a daughter right now. They getting money. I ain't going to hold it on them. They got money. They can do what they want. But every so often I'm hearing from my daughter, they in Belize, they in Abu Dhabi, they're always all over the place. Her husband, sometimes they take the children. The reason why I don't like it is because all that money you wasting on those things could be put towards something productive that you ain't paying attention to. And most of us, we got enough money to go on a trip and a vacation, but we don't have enough money for the things we need in life. We'll work hard and save up and put a little bit away so we could take a trip to Spain, England, Africa, and all over the place. But when a real emergency hits, we sitting stupid talking about, Abba, can you help me? Ima, can you help me? And then when your parents tell you no, you get upset. I don't understand it. Maybe because I had to always get everything for me. Nobody ever gave me nothing in life. I'm not going to say to that degree, but for the most part, everything I had to go get. And I try to raise my children, especially my sons, the same way. Everything you got. I try not to give my sons no handout. I'll give my daughters easily a lot better, easier, smoother than I will give to my sons, because I need my sons to grow up strong, stronger than me. I want them to outdo me. And if you keep pacifying them, that ain't going to happen. But that's what I see a lot of females do to their daughters. They side up with their daughters like their daughters are right, and they're not right. They be wrong. So wrong that they ain't going to never get married. And they ain't going to never get married because they act like men. The average young lady today acts like a man. She want what she want when she want it and the way she want it, and that's it. And she going to end up being a man. Single, alone, nowhere to go, nobody to be with. And that's what's going to happen. They're getting too old for that right now. They're going on 30 years old. A lot of them. I got some a little bit older than 30. And they're single individuals, and they ain't got no husband. They ain't going to have no husbands if they keep up that pace. And a lot of the guys out here talking about they can't find girls. You ain't going to find no girls if you keep on the pace that you're on. We got to fix this issue because it's only going to get worse. Women got to find some humility, and men got to get their money up and learn some respect for the women that they have. These two things have to take place. If they don't take place, our future is doomed. The enemy has won. Right now, he's winning because of the attitudes that we have toward marriage and relationships and life. And we ain't even talked about the Creator yet. We in trouble. We got to wake up. We got to wake up.
Well, I hear you on the government part, but I also feel like as parents, we have to take responsibility for what we showed our children in relationships. Because a lot of what I hear from my daughters and their friends are the examples that they saw in front of them every day, not what the TV or other things shown them, because my children know that that's just TV. That's just what somebody else, but what they saw in front of them, especially in this certain generation, I would say my generation more than likely, they saw the dysfunction. They saw their mothers and other women unhappy because of the way the man treated them, because the man was unhappy with himself because he didn't qualify himself to be a husband and then a father. But then he wanted it, so he took it and got it. And then it's paraded around in the Israelite life like, yeah, you got this, you the man. And then you get titles, and then you're more the man. And then these women are being trampled on. And so when our daughters see that outside of what the government is showing them, that's what a lot of triggers them to not want it, to be like, no, I want to go do me first, live my life, travel, because, hey, I saw where my was not happy. My aunt or the sister down the street, so wasn't happy because these men treated them like this. And I get it. We want to look at what the world is showing us in this westernized mentality. But a lot of times we got to look in within and what we showed our children. And that's why I said I'm very transparent. I know that my children saw me unhappy, saw me giving in to a man that was not worthy to give into. But because of other things, I chose And that's why I say I chose. My father didn't choose, my mom, and my parents did not even want that particular relationship for me. They said it, but I went against it because of the things I wanted or how it felt, quote unquote. And so now, though, the suffering is because the suffering that I see and my fault is how my children look at it. I'm thankful that none of my children have children. My oldest son, because my youngest son is home, but my oldest son doesn't have any children. He's not out there just bringing girls home. We have these very blatant conversations about it, what I would want for them, what they want for themselves. And when I hear what they're talking about, they are talking about really righteous things. But I understand that a lot of why they may not want it right now is because of what I showed them and what the man that I was with at the time showed them and how they view. Like, they're like, well, I don't agree with how men talk to women. I don't agree that you should disrespect me just because you're a man in public and say, hey, I'm the man, so you have to just take it. It's a lot of different things that are happening that I don't believe that we, as a people, as a nation of Israel, we consider and we take into consideration of how we talk to each other, how we are with each other, how we treat each other, not just in front of the public, but in front of our children, most importantly, because we are the example that they're truly going to take after and make a decision about. Is not necessarily just the TV or what the government has implanted for us. It's what we are representing for our children, and I can't say that being in a positive always makes you choose right, because I had a great example in front of me for all my life, but I still chose wrong in certain instances because I just wanted to be defiant of it. So it's a lot of different things. And and I know you said we can't speak as women of submission, but I do know that for a woman, just speaking on how we submit, it's very difficult to submit to a man in true submission and lovingly submission when that man is abusive, when that man isn't taking care of you the way he's supposed to, the way that the Torah tells you he's supposed to take care of you, but then he uses Torah against you because he's a man. So those things play in the submission as well. So I think it's just a lot of different things we just have to really consider. And I feel like, we don't take the accountability for us as parents on why our children, our daughters and our sons may or may not be married at this time, or why they may see submission as something that's not good or something that has to be shown in a very vast example. I know one of my daughters was like, I want a man who can take care of me, pay for everything. I can get a maid, all these things. She said, because even though I know I can make the money and pay for it, that's what his job is to be. I don't want to have to go home and do all these things if I don't have to, and I'm working, and that's what she sees that she wants. So, but I think we have to really consider and talk to them about why is it that they don't want these things? What is it that's impeding them from going forward and pulling these and getting into a marriage or relationship?
Did I hear you correctly? You said your daughter says she don't want to get married because she wants a man that can get her a maid?
No, I didn't say she don't want to get married. She said when she gets married, she wants a husband that can pay for everything that she would desire.
You just said the same thing a different way. She wants a man that's going to get her a maid.
Okay.
And so I'm only asking, Ima, because I women and men think differently. And I already know that. I accept that.
Mm-hmm.
But you think that's righteous? Do you think that's something that's worthy? She has to have a maid. She wants a man that can afford to buy her a maid. You think that's cool?
I don't think it's unrighteous. I think she knows that she's like, I know I don't like to clean all the time, so I want this.
That means she's going to be a bad wife from the door, period.
It does not mean that. She knows her weaknesses. That's like if a man
so then you build up your weaknesses. You work out, you build it up, you get them up so that you can be a woman worthy of the type of man that you desire.
Right. So what I would say, as I've watched her grow, she has become much better, organized, all those things. So I'm not saying she's the same person. And this is a conversation we had when she was a teenager, when she was younger. She's now 25. So I know she has different thoughts and processes, but I don't think it's unreasonable. If I'm married to a man and he makes a certain amount of money, I'm like, okay, you know what? Twice a month we need to get a maid in this house so I can take a break.
He shouldn't be married. He should be married to that woman then. He shouldn't be married to that woman. Period.
If she can afford it and you telling me she can't ask for that?
That's right. She shouldn't even desire that. Wow. If a woman is fortunate enough to have a man that can provide all her needs and she ain't got to work nowhere, you mean she tell me she can't keep the house clean? That's bad. I want to talk about that, Iman, please.
Okay. But she also said, did you see that Abraham and our forefathers provided handmaids? We had handmaids. We did. We had handmaids. We had people who would come.
You know why Abraham had to provide handmaids?
Why?
Because their wives was out there working, getting it in, building, growing. I'm talking about the average woman who has a man, a husband, right? Okay. And he getting it. She ain't got to work. What's she doing?
But that's not what I said. When I said about my daughter who said that, she said, because I will be working. She wants to be a doctor, a midwife. She said, I'll be working. So I know I'm going to come home, but I would like to have a maid. And I want my husband to be able to make enough money to provide the things.
I'm not just saying this just to disagree with you. Mm-hmm. I'm not. I'm really serious about this.
Okay.
Sarah, her work wasn't outside the home. Her work was in the home.
Okay.
But she was out managing things. She was out organizing things. She was out running things. Just like when we look at the story when Abraham sent his servant to go get him a wife for his son.
Mm-hmm.
The wife that he went and go get, she was at the well going to get water to bring water back to the family. They go out, they get the water and carry it and travel back. That's just one task. But in order for a home to run successfully, everybody has to do their parts. Now, it's easy for us to say what the role of a man is, but let me ask you, what's the role of a wife? I know you know, but I'm only asking.
Yeah, because I'm about to.
What's the role of a wife?
So respectfully, this now, because you brought that up about, then I'm a woman who works from home.
Comparing to you, don't you the bomb. I ain't talking about you.
I want to say something.
The average young lady, babe, not you. You're a hell of a woman, and there ain't no question about you.
So then I would like 2 handmaidens. Because I need those.
You probably could. You earn. I think you would earn some handmaidens. I do.
No,
because you put it in. I think anybody want an application to be her handmaiden, put the application in because she earns the right. She gets it in. She earns the right to have some hand. We say 2. All right. Now let's talk about the reality of the average woman out here.
All right.
Like use the girls, for example. How many handmaidens they need?
What girls?
Your daughters.
Well, my daughters aren't average. They're my daughters. They are beyond average, just like me. I'm just being serious. So, now the average, I don't even like to because our job as women, especially if you're a mother. Now, if you're talking about a woman who's just out there in the world, who, I don't know, who's just not taking care of their responsibilities, like I can't put a woman in a space that I can't call a woman an average woman just because she's not Israelite or she's not me. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's just not how I look at women, because a job of a woman is heavy, especially if she's married with children. What
does her day look like? What does her day look like if she's married and she ain't got no children yet? And she don't have no children yet. What would her day look like?
Well, it just depends if she has a job, what her husband requires of her. So if a woman's husband requires that she's up before, well, let me stop before that. A woman, whether she's married or not, if she's a woman, she's up early in the morning, getting herself prepared.
We talking
She's
about
up.
a married woman. We talking about
Okay,
a
so
married
a married woman. If her husband says, "Hey," he goes to work, so a woman should be up before her husband. Make sure he has his food, his clothes are prepared, whether he requires them to be ironed or not. But however that husband requires what he needs for his day to be productive, then that woman should make sure she's up and those provisions are there for him before he walks out the house. Of course, keeping the house clean to the best of her ability, because all women don't clean the same. And I think that's something that has to be understood. What's rated, what a man wants versus what she's capable of doing is two different things. Then, of course, I feel like, make sure there's food when the husband comes home, depending on what he wants. If he wants a sandwich or hot food, making sure that he's provided what he needs, making sure that she's understanding of what he needs to make sure he's comfortable, happy, at peace when he comes home. And then, it's more to it, I feel like, because the relationships are different. Every man has their own different desires. Yes.
You know how many people are disagreeing with you right now? I agree with you. But there's a lot of people that can hear what you just said about what a woman's responsibility is and be disagreeing. You know why?
Yeah.
Because everything you said was catered around serving her husband. And that's what makes an exceptional wife. Serving her husband.
Well, that's when you read in the Tanakh, that's what was deemed her responsibility.
I completely agree with you. But the average young lady today is serving herself and want the man to serve her too. The average young lady today. And that's why they ain't married. Because things don't go the way that they want things to go. Because they don't put in what they need to put in to deserve that. You get to do what you do because of the woman you are. If you wasn't the type of woman you would, I don't even need to tell you. You're a hell of a woman. You handle your business. You run things. You organize. You structure. You handle your business like a champ. Not a lot of girls gonna do that. A lot of girls, like you said, they don't want to clean. That's why they want a maid, because they nasty. They nasty. They really don't even want a husband because they want to be able to do what they want to do when they want to go and be and who they want to be. Sister Michelle, you put a comment up there that I highlighted it because I wanted to hear your opinion on this matter. Sister Michelle, I can put the link in the room. You can come on the screen and speak if you like. But you said, brother, I can't argue with your point of view. I thought you were saying you disagree with my point of view. Maybe it's something I said wrong. I don't know. But I would love to hear your voices because I would love to get your input on this. Sister Yakia, I would love to get your input. Sister Ornette.
On at this time. She texts me.
Okay. Sister Ornette, I would love to get your input. Brother Kezu, I would love to get your input. These are all the people that's talking up. My other brother, Brother Asa, I got you. I wanted to talk with you too, Brother Asa, because you put up a very interesting point too. Some daughters choose to live with their mothers when there is a divorce because they know they have a leeway to pursue worldly ways. All these things are important. All of your opinions are important, family. All of them are. And I would love to get your opinion vocally so that it's a lot of texting going back and forth. Brother Benjamin, he's in there, doing his thing. It's Ain Kater. What I would like is for some of you to come up. We'd be forever trying to go through all these comments. It's a whole lot of comments, but I think they're all valuable. They're all valuable.
Yeah. And then can I say something to what Brother Asa put up there too?
Sister Atia, I see you out there.
I see what he's saying too, but also, and this is me being transparent again. When I got divorced from my previous marriage, and I had the children. And a lot of Israelite men say, oh, when we're divorced, the children come with me, right? But the children didn't go with him. And it was stated, oh, the children can't come with me because I can't afford to take care of them. Their mother can. And do you know, my older children said, and this, what I'm saying to this, what he just said, I do agree with this to an extent.
Agree with what?
What Brother Asa saying. But what my older children said was, the reason why they wanted to be with me is because they felt rejected in the divorce, and the father didn't want them. Like, and then how does that play a role in how the children feel when the father, all your life you hearing as an Israelite, if we divorce, the children go with the father, and then the father says, well, financially the mother makes more money, you go with them. The children feel rejected. Like, it's so many different things that go on, and we just dismiss it and think, oh, well. And then when the father feels like he's back on his feet, then he want to come back, and the children don't want it. And then they don't want to listen to the man because the man just showed them that he was weak in that by giving them up because he didn't have the money, but then giving them to the mother to make her work harder to take care of her children by herself.
It's the difference between a man and a male.
That's true.
Remember that. Yeah. Sister Atia, Shabbat Shalom.
Yes.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. How y'all doing? Well, I just wanted to hop on real quick just to say one small thing. I think about a scripture that I read in the book of Isaiah. I believe it was maybe Isaiah 3. The one was talking about how the women will rule over, will like oppress you. Now, see, I know you know what I'm talking about. I might not can always exactly quote it, but I know it's in there about women ruling over you and oppressing you. Yes. And I think about my own upbringing and the way that I was raised from my mother, and she might have even been taught this from her mother. And it was like, oh, you don't let nobody, no man tell you what to do. He got to pay the cost to be the boss, and it was all these things were like instilled in me growing up, and it really set me back. It set me back because my way of thinking was, what can you do for me immediately? Not knowing that that's out of order. That's not how Yah's order is. That's not how we were as a people. You know, we were very docile. We were calm. We were humble, and it took me following the ways of the Most High and the Creator and learning His ways to realize I was out of order, and returning to Yah and learning that. That's where I learned that from. I didn't learn that from my family. And it's like, and I think a lot of us, especially people that grew up in urban areas, maybe poverty or lower income areas, we were always like made to feel like if you ain't getting something from somebody, then they not benefiting you. Now, I'm not saying that a man is not supposed to provide his leadership, his provision, his guidance, his protection, procreation. Like, yes, he has to do all those things to be your head, and but at the same time, you have to still remember there's order. You're under him, and you have to respect the order that the Most High created. And a lot of us, we that was not brought up in this way of life, we don't respect that. And I had to learn that through the Most High's laws. And I'm like, praise God that my name was on the wake up list, because if not, I probably would have still been walking around with that same ignorant attitude, thinking somebody owed me something and not realizing my place and how I'm supposed to also be that help me and meet him halfway, and whatever he's doing, help elevate that. And help whatever he's doing shine and exemplify it even more. And so I just thank the Most High for his word, because a lot of us, again, if you wasn't brought up in this way of life, you're not going to get that, and that's my personal testimony. I had to learn that through the creator, and that causes an unbalance. You see what I'm saying? And that unbalance is going to cause a disruption in your home. It's going to cause disrespect. It's going to cause arguments. It's going to cause confusion. And the Most High is not the author of confusion, but you got to understand Torah. You got to understand your role as a wife before you can even, you're a wife before you even are a wife. That's something that you are. This is how you are. This is the way that you carry yourself before you even make that covenant with somebody. You know what I mean? And so I just want to say that if you don't learn these things and the correction from either an elder or women in the community or even a righteous brother that's not trying to court you or marry you, but just cover you and teach you the ways of the Most High, it's going to be that division. You're not going to understand marriage. You're not going to understand your purpose and your role in that marriage. And yeah, it's not going to be good because it's going to be confusion. It's going to be arguments. You're going to always think you're supposed to wear the pants and you're not. So I'm grateful that I've learned over these years how to step back and be feminine, and that masculine attitude, that's where you will see a lot of divorces happen, a lot of fights, argument. I've learned that femininity is not a weakness. It's actually a superpower when you know how to tap into it correctly. You can make that man, even if he's wrong, you can still use your femininity to get your point across. So I just wanted to jump on real quick and say praise Yah for his Torah and his direction and his leadership in my life and allowing me to humble myself and get rid of that this Western way of thinking that everything's supposed to be about me. And that's it.
Don't go nowhere, sis. Don't go nowhere yet. Don't go nowhere. You tell your husband I said shalom.
I will. He's in there.
And it's important that I said that because a lot of people who talk like you talk are single looking for a man. You got a man and you talking like that. Go ahead, girl. That's what I'm talking about. But do you know how many people would be at odds with what you just said? I heard you say something about you got to submit yourself to your husband. You know how many people that irritates them, that agitates them? Submission to my husband. Oh, no. He better submit to him. And they mean it. They mean it. And that's why they're not married. And that's why a lot of them are not married, because they really believe that. They cannot submit to the authority of a man. They don't want a man coming in telling them what to do, but then they'll go work for people and realize in order to keep that job, they got to abide by the rules and regulations of that whoever hires them and that organization. But they don't understand that there's rules and regulations in the life of a real man. I'm not talking about a male. I'm talking about a man. But I ain't submitting. I ain't changing. I ain't going. I'm not. Then you don't need to be married. Because that's what marriage is. And I thank the Creator that you have found the position, because you said you used to be like that. I see. I'm a different person now. And it's so much better. And it might not be perfect, but it's so much better. Yeah. You found your place, you found your space, you found out who you were. And you hit the key. And as I always teach, the women really control the man through their submission, through their humility. That's how they do it, because they make us soft. They make us feel guilty if we're not pleasing to them by providing, taking care of, setting them up, nurturing them. And my wife says something to me like, yo, we ain't got enough dishes in the kitchen. We ain't got enough dishes. I mean, I'm not talking about a skeptic coming from trying to make somebody else happy. I'm just saying something how she feels. Makes me feel like I'm lacking on my job. If she says that to me the right way, it makes me feel like I'm lacking. Like I'm not doing my job. So we got to get some dishes now. And I might not never tell her, but I'll go out and get them dishes and bring them in the house and just leave them there, put them on the side, and she'll see them. You understand? Oh, you got to go get some dishes. We ain't got no dishes because I don't want nobody coming over here seeing we ain't got I won't get them. I don't worry about impressing people. That's not me. And I wouldn't want my wife to be worried about impressing people. But if she's in her femininity and she's speaking genuinely, it makes a man move. It makes him respond.
Exactly.
Not a male. Male might argue with you, and you're right. Men don't argue with you when you're right. We just keep our mouth shut and just go out and do what we got to do. So it was so good to
and Sleek guy, I just wanted to say one thing, not to interrupt, but and I was, when you're in a marriage, of course, you sharing things about your life, your family dynamics, things like that. And so before, and sometimes I'm accused of just maybe oversharing a little bit, and that's something I'm working on. But I'm telling my husband about how I was raised without sounding like, oh, I was just raised by some hood people or something like that, because that's not completely the case. But I did get a lot of hood values, I'll tell you that. And he didn't believe it until one time he asked me to hold his jacket in front of my mother. And I'm just sharing this with y'all because I'm transparent. I'm an open book, because I feel like sometimes when you say things, other people might be scared to ask that question or identify with it, and or feel like they're going through it by themselves, and you're not, Anyway, he asked me to hold his jacket in front of my mother. And my mother immediately got defensive, and she's like, you ain't no blank coat rack, and I was like, I was so embarrassed, because I'm like, but at the same time, I wanted to show her. I'm like, yeah, give me your jacket, baby. I'm gonna, I wanted to show him, like, I hear her, but what you're talking about, that's foolishness. And I'm not about to entertain it. You're my mother. I'm going to honor you. But at the same time, my husband, who takes care of me, asked me to hold his jacket for a minute. That was not the correct response. But these are the type of things that was embedded in me, and it took a lot. And that's how I know the Most High is real. His word is real. He will transform your life. He will change your mindset. All you have to do, like he said, return to me and I'm going to return to you. So just know that it can happen no matter what other people might try to instill in you. But when the Creator is with you, nobody can be against you. So I'm going to continue to walk in his ways. It showed me nothing but goodness and righteousness, and help me understand things and look at things in a different perspective. And I'm so grateful for it, because I do not want to go back to what they say, to the streets. I'm not for the streets.
Let me mention something.
So praise God.
Let me mention something that you said that was a beautiful thing. You mentioned it shows strength. You mentioned that that's not the way you was raised, because I heard my wife saying earlier in how her children, as they were being raised, they saw so much evil and violence, and how the men they didn't do right, so much disrespect, that it caused them to have a stigma toward males in their lives, and it's like they don't want those type of men in their lives.
Exactly.
But the thing that shows the strength with you is when you got to a certain point in life, no matter how you was raised, you went against with the teachings that you received, and you became the person you needed to become to get the things that you needed, or the things that make your marriage more comfortable and peaceful. That's a challenge. And that's what a lot of people don't do today. No matter what they saw in their youth, they carry that baggage into their adulthood, and they use that to frame their environment or their society or their reality. And if we hold on to that baggage, we will never have the things that life been trying to offer us.
Yeah.
So you did a wonderful job. May the Most High bless you and bring peace and happiness to your marriage.
Thank you. So Shabbat Shalom,
And
family.
thank you for coming on. And if you feel like you want to come back and say something else, please do, because ain't nobody else stepping up to the plate. I put the mic in for all these people, and nobody ain't coming to say nothing, but everybody got an opinion. Take the mic, y'all. We ain't got to see your face. You can just talk. But the energy that you gave, can you imagine having to type all that?
Yeah, and they only give you so many characters. That's why I said, well, I don't know. I got too many words. I just got to jump on real quick.
Yeah.
So,
And the most high,
praise God. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Total Rabbi.
Okay, love you, princess. Shabbat Shalom.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now I don't even know how to turn it off.
You ain't got to. Just stay right there. That's what I'm talking about. Truthfulness from the heart. Not because she agreed with me, because she didn't have to agree with me. She could have been completely the opposite, but she was truthful. And that's what makes all the difference. We got 1,000 comments, but nobody ain't taking the platform to come up here and speak. Go ahead, Ima. Now, I forgot who Onyx is. Oh, that's my sister. Let me be quiet if I get hit. Go ahead, Ima.
No, total about Sister Idea for that. It was beautiful to hear her words and those examples, because that's very important as well. But Onyx Israel 12, Shalom Ima, says, Shabbat Shalom. Is anyone considering that majority of Black women have always had to fight in this country? It goes back to slavery. Case point, we kicked and screamed, taken from our husbands' beds. And then she also said, adding to that, we had to make the choice to choose welfare over men of our children. Why? Yeah. You gonna say something?
You can handle this one. I don't want to say that. I don't get no trouble.
Well, I agree with Ima. There's a lot of trauma that our ancestors in this country went through when it came to being a woman, and then watching your men be defiled, be demeaned, be and a lot of atrocities we have watched with our eyes, and had to bury our feelings. We had to stand up, stand strong, put a whole different shield upon us to protect ourselves and our children, because our men were being taken from us in ways that we could not defend. So I do agree with Ima on that. And part of it's in our DNA, because we watched it. It travels with us, those emotions. And a lot of this, what we speak about, needs healing, needs counseling. The trauma has to be released in some way. But a lot of people don't even know what she's saying. A lot of people may not even agree, but a lot of people don't know it. They don't put those things together. They're just like, oh, these women are out here acting like men. But for so many years, that's what a woman had to do to survive, for her children to live. Okay, I hear the whistle. And then she said we had to make choice of welfare over men of our children. Why? And, that's a big question, because a lot of women now, if they get on Section 8, the husbands or the children of the father can't live in the house. And of course, that goes to all different choices of what type of man you chose to have your children with, all these things. But that goes into where the government has taken a place in trying to replace the husband or the father of the child, right, with money, with access to having these easy. I'd rather get all these $1,000 of food stamps a month than have my children's father in the house, because they done lost the understanding of what's more important. The father being that image of strength and going out and working, versus you getting $1,000 every month that you run out of in 2 days. And that's the example. But it's easier for some people to go that route, because they're like, hey, I ain't got to do nothing for this money. It just comes, right? So it's a lot of different whys to why we are in the state we are in this day. But I think all the whys have to be identified at some point and people have to get counseling. Like, I know one of my daughters, she goes to counseling because she knows that she has a problem with men because of her relationship with her father or the lack of, and what she's seen in this way of life. And we talk about it. And she said, I had to go get counseling because I saw that my reaction was very negative because of the things I went through, and I didn't have a way to release it. And she wants to be better. So that's what she's striving on her own to do. But a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't do that. So, okay, you're not ready. Yes, a little extra. I saw you did star this one, so I think you wanted to talk about that. So Toda Ima for that input. I think it's very important that part was brought out. Gabriel Yakia says, unfortunately, some women have to wear the pants and develop a masculine attitude because the head is not doing his part. So what happens when leadership is lacking in the home?
What you feel about that, Ima?
Are you asking me? Why are you not? I can't disagree. I lived that life where I had to wear the pants. And I know people don't like to hear it. And they be like, oh, as women, we should never have to do that. But it's true. Like it was, and this was, and can I just be really clear?
Just be really clear.
It's really sad to say, but a lot of the stuff I see in Israel is really embarrassing. It's heartbreaking because when you read the Torah, it shows you exactly how things could be perfect in your home, how a man is supposed to lead. All these jewels, these gems, this wisdom, but that it's not being utilized. And the majority of it's put on women. Oh, that we too hard or we too westernized. These men are westernized then. These men are not hard enough. Like, it's like...
saying men. Men don't have these issues.
These
males got these issues.
Right. So
we ain't talking about a man yet.
All right. So what happens when leadership is lacking in a home? Exactly what she put her point was the women have to wear the pants and develop a masculine attitude. That's what happens. But then we are looked at as a problem when that happens. So I think her question is deeper than that. Like, what happens when that's what happens. And then the woman now is walking with this energy. And then if something happens in that relationship, they're no longer together, and she goes into a next relationship, that energy is still present because she had to carry it for however long. And prayerfully, and I could be transparent again because I walked with that energy, but I'm grateful, and I'm still releasing a lot of different energies. But I'm grateful that I have a husband who has helped me to be able to release that masculine wanting to be in charge, having to be in charge, because I don't want to be in charge, but having to be in charge, having to take on that responsibility of being the breadwinner, the caretaker for the family, because that does give you, as a woman, that energy of, oh, I have to do this. And it is a masculine leadership role because you have to do it. You don't want to see your children go hungry. You're not going to. And in some cases, so your husband or your man won't be embarrassed, you go out there and make all this and then put it in his favor so that the children believe that this male, that their father is capable in doing these things. So it's a whole lot of things that go on. But, it's I feel like it's still our accountability. It's still, what are we doing to heal from that? How are we helping? Because if men aren't taking these males and teaching them, they're just going to repeat this same behavior, relationship after relationship. If men aren't in the homes with their sons are going to learn to just depend on a woman because that's what they were raised by. They were not raised by a woman. They did not see the authority of their father because their father was in and out doing whatever. Now, if he's a working father, that's a difference, and they have a good relationship. But you have a lot of men who are just come in and out, not showing their sons, hey, I'm going to work. And if you're going to work, take the time to talk to your sons and tell them this is what I have to do at this time. But we're going to make time and have our bond where you could see what it is to be a man, what it is to be a father and a husband. It's so many different facets of it that, we skip over and we just want to blame one party or put it in one person's bag to fix. And it's all of our issue to fix. She says, we have to consider in both facts that are presented, men weren't able to protect or provide. And that's so true. They weren't. And if they tried to fight, they were killed on the spot, murdered, hung. The R word, emasculated rather, in front of their wives and children, their families. It's a lot. And then other men would see this and then cower down because they didn't want that to happen. So. Are you going to say anything? Not Holla Jack Cyrus. Oh, Cyrus. The war on Yah's family, it's all a part of prophecy. It is. However, we got to remember it's part of prophecy, but it's a part of the prophecy of us being disobedient. And once we become obedient, it can change. We can do better. Marie Cousin says, this system wants to separate the Black household. United we stand, but with the father outside the home, the family is easier to be taken over. So true. And it's so common in a lot of Black families, the father is not in the home because the government makes it easier for a woman to have. She says, yes, accountability brings about change. Absolutely. It truly does. Well, whose law was this?
I don't know. It's so long ago. I don't know who started that. But the fact is, we got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work.
We've got to find some humility, and the brothers got to find some accountability. They got to start taking care of their responsibilities, and they don't. They don't. They're not handling their business. Most of them say, "Oh, you're going to obey me. You're going to do what I want to say." They want submissiveness, but they don't earn the right as a man, not a male, but as a man, to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you take on a woman and she's trusting in you, she shouldn't have to work.
Mm-hmm.
That's not her responsibility to go outside the home and have to work. She shouldn't be able to have children and rely on somebody else to provide for her children through the welfare system and things like that. She shouldn't have to do that. So you have to step up to the plate. And then a lot of them want to take I keep hearing his voice in the back of my head. Maury Yoel, I think it was. He says, Prince, you be talking that stuff on your pages, but you got to remember that everybody ain't like you.
Mm-hmm.
He said that to me a while ago. So I said, well, what you mean? What you talk about? And one of the examples he gave is just that people are not going to do what they have to do. I'm paraphrasing this part. They're not going to do what they have to do. They do what they want to do, what's most convenient for them to do as a male. And that's why a lot of women are disappointed in what they're seeing coming out of these males today. And they're seeing it so much that when they're introduced to a man, it's hard for them to back down and accept. Because they ain't used to men. They're used to males.
Yeah. Well, I had put something up there. I'm sorry.
My apologies.
When Malcolm Higdali says, I think it is destructive to say we have to choose the wrong choice. We just lean to the wrong choice for survival. And so I agree with that. I had to read it.
What's that again?
She said, I think it is destructive to say we had to choose the wrong choice. We just lean to the wrong choice for survival. And so I had to read it a few times, but I do agree with her. It is destructive to just say we had to choose that. But in most cases, we had to lean to the wrong choice for survival, because we didn't voluntarily choose to become the man or become the strength of a man, or try to pull on that strength and put on this mask of strength and be, wear these pants. But we had to lean to that decision for survival, for the survival of ourselves and our children and whomever else was, in those homes. So I understand what she's saying. She also said it is on us to rid ourselves of it. That is no one else's responsibility. Also taking accountability for why we chose the male that had us in that space to begin.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Sister Higdalia, speaking up. Just and express yourself. She on point.
And then Yakia asked the question. She said, Nasi, when we are put in those situations, we are considered disrespected or rebellious. Do you agree with that?
Well, I guess each case would vary depending on the case, the situation, because some females don't want the authority figure over them, so they act out until they get divorced. And then when they get divorced and they got their child or children, they're upset because the man ain't doing what he's supposed to do the way she wants him to. So then she feels like she has to get in that position. She put herself in that position. But I ain't talking about nobody that put themselves in that position. Now, let's say if we're talking about a real woman who's really married to a man, doing her best, and he's a bum. She ain't married to a man. She married to a male. He's a bum. And she has to get up and do all those things to maintain a living for the family, for the house. And he just smoking weed, playing video games, and hanging out with his buddies and sexing all the women around the street. He's a male. So no, you can't get angry with a woman like that. She's doing what she got to do to survive. But the one that causes herself to be in that situation because she got too much of this, just keep rapping and yapping and yapping. She want to tell a man what to do and how she want it done and when he better get it done. And she restrained herself from saying, no, I'm not giving up that right. No, you can't get none of that because you did this last week and last. There's a lot of women like females like that in this world today. And we have to be conscious. Everybody's not like a virtuous woman. Everybody's not like they should be, but then when they get the treatment that they demand from their actions, they disappointed and they don't like it. But everything you do in life, there's a consequence to it. If you're going to be a wife, a real wife. And if you're not going to be a wife, then stay single, get a dog, get a cat, and do what you do. That's all I can say.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. You had highlighted this. Ina said, women have also been deceived by men when it comes to practicing fearing the Creator. Yet women are made to feel they're not righteous or humble. For a woman to leave a dysfunctional or domestic violence or trust that the man, or domestic violence takes a strong woman, not a weak woman.
Oh, put that first one back up. Put that first one back up. Now that one right there, sis, I got to say you did a great job on that one right there, sis. Because we got so many fakers out here pretending to be men, but they're really males. But in defense of those males, I got to say this to the sisters. Sisters, you saw that they was weak. You saw that they wasn't going to serve this king. Some of you might have been deceived, some of you, but the majority of you knew he was a bum. But the reason is you was a bum too. And that's why you didn't make any noise. And then when you realized that the life y'all was living was just leading to bumdom, now you want to start standing up, going to do something for yourself. And he ain't ready to stand up because he's still in his bumdom. He ain't ready to stand up, but you are. You got a spark inside. You said, oh, we're going to do better than this. He ain't ready. You can't really get mad at him because you picked him. You chose to be with him. You knew he was a bum because you was a bum too when you chose him. Because I'm real serious about this. A woman who's really on her point ain't gonna choose a bum because she sees he's a bum. But the problem is both male and females today in our species are off course. They're not on point for the most part. Not everybody. A lot of us, we sharp, but for the most part. Because when somebody that's sharp sees somebody that's weak and off point, they're not going to fall for that. Like, I can't blame my sis, you know all about this. I can't blame myself for my failure in those relationships to those women that I was married to that was trash. I had to look at myself and acknowledge I had to be trash to pick them.
Mm-hmm.
I had to have some type of mental illness going through my mind in order for me to see what they was doing and still pick them as a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing I say about the sisters that's going through this type of stuff. Not all of y'all, because a lot of y'all was really deceived because the dudes be good. Some dudes be deceiving me, and I'm a man. Oh, Prince, I'm ready. Prince, we gonna do this. Prince, let's go get this done. All right, Prince, let's handle it. Then you look around and you're still there by yourself, still trying to make it happen, you know? And I get that a lot from a lot of males, you know? And then some of them, I don't even want to talk about that. Let's just keep it going. But sis, I know how it is to be deceived because the energy they put out in the front ain't the same energy they got 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, even a month or a year later. Well, I got to give it to one. One lasted for a good year and then fell off and started doing his own thing. And then every once in a while, I want to come back and say, hey, I need you to help me with this. Can you help me with that? And I'm sitting here like, yo, you said that you were going to be here to do this. And they ain't here. So, you know, I ain't mad at you. I understand. So now, what's that, Ima?
Oh, this is just Gavera Yankia says, so now we're dealing with males that had childhood issues with their mother and no father. We can't play mother and wife. Forgive me if I'm out of turn.
All right. You have to play mother and wife. For a good wife is a mother and a wife. Now, let me explain this to you. A good wife, boy, how can I explain this to you in a way that you can understand? Let me try to explain to you. A good wife will provide all the feminine needs that her husband needs, whether he's approving her or not, if he's slacking or not. If she's married, a good wife is going to supply all the needs that her husband needs, all the feminine needs. And sometimes you have to be a mother. Sometimes you have to be a wife. If you got a man, you ain't gonna have to be the mother that often. Very rarely would you have to be the mother if you got a man. But if you married to a male, then you got a whole different set of rules that you got to abide by. Because a male can't almost do nothing for himself. He just looks strong. He gives the appearance of being all that, but he's not. And over time is the true teller of all things. What's that, Prince? Time is the true teller of all things. And over time, that facade that he put on will slowly break down. And then you'll get to see who you're really married to. But there are a lot of guys that can hide it very well and will fool you very well for a nice little bit of time. But eventually, time is the true teller of all things. Their true character will begin to show. So we got to watch that. So yeah, you got to be a mother and a wife in a lot of situations. What's that, Ima? That's why
Sister Nee said, that's why these brothers have to be vetted and you have to be honest about your expectations in a marriage.
She said something about jumping into bed too.
Where? Is it all the way down or something? Let me see. There's a lot of comments.
I posted it, babe.
Okay. She said, teach. That's why you don't jump in the bed after one day. Life not allowed.
You get that a lot. All right, what's this? Sister Igdalia said, I wonder how males listening to this feel. if they even hear anything and seek to change. Time is a true teller of all things, sis. Time is a true teller.
Yep. She said, Sister Malcolm Igdalia said, vetted by a cover, not the woman. Facts. Yep. Has to be
That
vetted
means
by.
you should have a covering vet the man, and that the woman shouldn't vet the man. It makes sense.
Yep.
Makes sense. But I see that a lot of you females have been hurt because of the mistrust in the wrong guy. This guy, he pulled the wool over your eyes and had you thinking one thing, and time caught up to that relationship and you found something else. What's this? Is this something I missed?
No, that's part of her law.
Oh, we still in the laws? Oh, man, we getting it in. All right. My apologies.
All right, you want me to go back to the laws?
A man cannot demand honor while refusing to live honorably. And a woman cannot demand love while refusing to give respect. That's wisdom there. All right, let's move on. What's this right here? Hold on. So many catfish at the beginning until the mask comes off. I guess that's where the red and green flags come from. That's true, sis. A lot of them catfish pretend to be somebody else and don't be who they pretend to be. But time is the true teller of all things. And in time, it will reveal who they are. A lot of times you're already married to them and it's too late. Oh, I did see something else that I wanted to talk about before we moved on. Somebody put up something about 50-50. Where is that at? Let me see. Somebody put up something about 50-50 and I wanted to go on that. Ima, you present? All right, do what you got to do. Somebody put up a post about 50-50, but I don't see it. Did you catch it?
No. This first.
I couldn't read that, babe. Ima, you moving too fast.
It was after. I'm sorry. Another. This one came before that one, so that's why I was going to that.
All right. I'm gonna just be quiet and listen.
Since
Y'all seen that? Y'all brothers, y'all seen it. I'm gonna just be quiet and listen.
She said, a wife, the motherly spirit toward her husband in righteousness is a blessing. She nurtures, strengthens, and steadies him, helping him grow into the man Yah called him to be. She does not control. And then Brother Benjamin says, what behaviors do women possess that men do not also possess? We are physically different, but internally the same because a woman came forth from a man.
Well, Brother Benjamin is correct in many ways. The thing is that we don't possess as much of what they possess. Because if you look at the scripture, when the Creator separated woman from the man, he separated those things from the man as well. Like, for example, I agree with him in many instances, but for example, this is one of the things. Women are way more emotional than males are. Not that males are not emotional, but a female is way more emotional than a male. So here it is. We both carry the same trait, but yet they just have an extra absorbed amount of it than we do. Women are very affectionate, very affectionate. You know what I mean? Whereas it doesn't mean that we men are not affectionate. We just not as affectionate as they are, for the most part. For the most part. Not always, but for the most part. Like at night, a lot of males like to cuddle. Men like to cuddle too. So I gotta give it to men like to cuddle too. But some females don't like to cuddle. But that he could be the man, he could be it. But when he get in the bed with his woman, tell him about it, Ema. They like to go lay up underneath a hold, or they like to cuddle when they're in the bed with their wife. But after that is over, they back to their routine and they're that dude again. Whereas a lot of females don't really, some of them like to cuddle, but it's not a necessary thing for them. So that's all I'm saying. But what about, are you going to read that? You want me to read it?
Yeah, I can read it. Yes, I can read it. She says, Yakia says, but what about the scripture that says that a man should leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife?
Sister Yakia, I think you should come get on the microphone because I'm trying to understand that question. And I don't understand what you're asking, what you could be possibly asking.
She can't get on today, babe.
Oh, she can't? Okay. All right. Well, maybe you can reword it. I honestly don't understand what you're asking. All right, let me try to read it again. Let me see. But what about the scripture that says that a man should leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife? Was it something she said earlier to that, or was it something that I said that provoked you to bring it out?
When she said about can't be a wife. When she said, like, what about how is it to be a wife and a mother? And you said she should be.
Yeah, he leave his mother. See, let me break this down to you, sis. Let me explain this to you. When a woman finds a husband, who was her head before she found that husband?
Her dad.
Mother. Now.
Father? Yeah.
Huh?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Her father was her head, supposedly, in righteousness. Her father was her head before she got married and have a husband now. So now the husband's job is to pick up and be a father to his wife. What are you talking about, Prince? Well, let me tell you what I'm talking about. The father provided a place for her to live. The father provided security, protection. The father provided intelligence for her. The father provided food for her to eat. The father provided all of her needs while she was up underneath her father in her father's house. The father even had the last decisions in the things that she made in the contract between her and the Creator. The father, her husband became her father. He took over that role. Just like the mother, the wife now takes over the mother's role in the life of the husband. And that's where a lot of us, we make that mistake. So I hope that answers your question, sis. I pray that it does.
That's so true. That's true. In response to cuddling and being affectionate.
What do you say about that? What in response to cuddling and being affectionate? In some situations, maybe that's what he means.
Situations, oh yeah. And Brother Benjamin says, that is the order in which he aligns. First, he leads his father, going into the mother. Then he leads his mother, and next aligns himself with a woman. Wife, this is how the two become one flesh.
Very good. Very good. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Babe, we got a slew of comments up above, like 1 million of them. What's she saying? I did. What is that? Oh, okay. All right, I don't know. Maybe she understood. I don't know.
You're saying she did explain her question why she brought up that scripture, but you answered it. I said, remember she said, why
okay.
a mother becomes a wife becomes a mother.
Yeah, I remember. It kicked once you started talking. It kicked. I understood then.
Oh, I read that. Okay. Sister Renee says, Cain, one of my best attributes, motherly.
All right. All right. Maybe we go to the next commandment.
Okay.
We might be able to get the commandments done today.
All right. The next commandment was given to us, or is given to us by Zakwena Sukari, Aim Sukari, and it's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 28, and I believe it's the first verse because she didn't put that, but it says,
I think it's 3, 28 and 3. Look down a couple verses. I think she went back and put the correct 28 and 3. Look down a couple.
Okay.
Do you see it, Emma?
I'm looking back. Well, I'm not even on that. No, I don't see it. It's way too many.
All right, go ahead.
But verse 3 says, Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. And her explanation is, and all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee. And if thou shalt no. That's the law she's reading. So let me find it. Verse 2. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Most High, thy power. And her explanation is, if we listen to the Most High, blessings shall be with us.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. And he knows best.
Okay. Gabriel Yakia submitted her law, Exodus, Shemot 23, verse 2. And it reads, Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment. And, well, I didn't.
She give an explanation?
No, it's not starred if it is. Hold on, let me see. But here's the comment that you was looking for, because you started.
All right, there you go. You found it, huh? Nobody talks about this because, sadly to say, some Israelite males, believe in 50-50. Where did this concept come from? I didn't see that part. Listen. She said, I never heard it explained like that. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit. She must be lagging she probably tuned in later. That's probably what it is, but it's okay. She said, nobody talks about this because, sadly to say, some Israelite males believe in 50-50. And it is sad. And where that comes from is that a lot of people don't want to take on the responsibility of running and managing and being responsible for families. Like I told y'all earlier, a lot of males are escaping from responsibility. That's why a lot of them are not married. They don't want to take on a responsibility. They spirit, they want to have fun. They want to party. They want to travel. They want to do all these things, but they don't want to take on the responsibility of being responsible for their family. Because if they do, they can't do what they want to do. They can't travel. They can't smoke all the weed and the blunts they want. Only males smoke weed. Prince gonna put it out there to you like that. Only males smoke weed. Men don't smoke weed. Men don't smoke weed. And if a man smoke weed, he growing it in his backyard or something. He growing it on his own. But anyway, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted.
And he not smoking it.
He ain't smoking it. He chewing it up. He putting it in his food. He making, different type of things. I know that's going to upset a lot of people. What are you talking about? 50-50 question is what I asked about. That was her. Okay. So the 50-50 question, because a lot of these women don't submit. The 50-50 question. If you're married, there's no way that you should be paying 50 anything unless you voluntarily decide to do that. Unless you say, no, husband, I got you, husband. I'm gonna help you, husband. But what should happen in my reality and how I see things, and my wife can contest to this if she agree or disagree. What I think should happen is if she's making money, that's her money. She can take that money and do whatever she want to do with it. As long as she's handling her business around the home and ain't wasting money and ain't doing foolishly with his money or his part of the money. As long as she handling her business as a wife, if she's making that money, she should be able to put that money in a bank account and leave it for her. That's what she should be able to do. I watched a video the other day, and y'all might have seen this video floating around on YouTube about this female who she was standing in the kitchen. The guy come in the kitchen. He finds a bank account statement that she didn't tell him about. And he's struggling, trying to survive. He can't pay the car note. He says the car note late, the mortgage late, and he's struggling. But that's his girl. And I think they was married, I think, on the video, the skit. It was a skit. I think they was married. So he's complaining to her about having an outside account that he knows nothing about with $45,000 in it. And he out here grinding. And she got all that bank. And she letting him grind. She's supposed to let him grind. She's supposed to. It's his responsibility to grind, to do whatever you got to do to put food on the table and a roof and clothes on the back and shelter for your family to be in. He's supposed to grind. If he got to get 2 or 3 jobs, then that's his job. I couldn't understand why the dude was mad, but then I could, because she deceived him. She did a horrible thing. She did not have to deceive him in order for her to do what she did. She could have told him. She should have told him, I got an account. Matter of fact, he should have told her to open an account. Get that account over there and stock some money up. When we get on hard times and we get put out on the street, we'll have something to rely on. The part that I didn't like about it was that she said she did it for her and not them. That was good. She's supposed to do it for us and not her. But the simple fact is, every woman should have a stash that she's putting away, because she might get put away. And if she gets put away, she shouldn't have to start from scratch. She should have something that she can, a little nest egg that she can rely on. But the problem is most women today, as soon as they get their money, they gone. It's gone. It's out. No woman that's married should have to work unless your husband is doing his very best. I mean, extremely best, and it's not enough. Then you have to do it. You have to do it. And I understand that. But a lot of these guys today that y'all married, they don't want to do nothing. Play video games. They might have a job that's paying them $20 an hour and think that they're making a lot of money at 40 hours a week and think that that's a lot of money. Think they're getting it. And meanwhile, you're suffering and you're depriving. The bills are not getting paid. You're 2 days away from the street because they're about to cut your electric and your lights off, your water off, because he ain't handling his business. He's a man, though. And if he's a man, he's doing his best to handle his business. If he's a male, he's comfortable like that. And he don't have a problem with it. Sisters, if you got yourself a real man, suffer with that man. If he's a man and handle his business. And if it requires 50-50 because y'all both are suffering, then so be it. But if you got a male and he just don't want to do like he's supposed to do, because that man gonna tell you, yo, I appreciate you grinding with me, but we doing better now. You can stay home, take care of the kids. You ain't got to go to work no more. Stay home. That's what a man gonna do. But a male, as soon as y'all get out of the water, the male gonna say something like, let's go take a trip. Let's go take a vacation. Let's go away for about a week and put you right back in that same position when you come back, and you ain't gonna be able to stop working because you got to keep up to the bills and the responsibilities of running that household. But a man is thinking ahead. A man gonna say, Ima, slow down. You go home, relax yourself. I got this. And he gonna find a way to make it happen. My brother said it should be 100 per 100, but his 100 100, I promise you, his 100 100 ain't talking about she got to be out there working nowhere unless she working for the family. And I can say that because I know the brother's strong. I know he's strong. He ain't talking about she got to be out there working just like he out there working. He ain't talking about that, I'm sure. He talking about whatever it is, her responsibility and her duty, she got to give 100% of that. And whatever his responsibilities and duties are, he got to give 100% of that. And I would totally agree. Because it's a hard job being a wife in a home with a family, raising children and a husband, providing his needs. I know it's a hard job, but it's got to be worth it. All right, let's see what my wife's saying. In the background, sneak tip. I thought she was asleep somewhere. If the woman doesn't have to work, where would the money come from that's supposed to be hers to stash away, to do whatever she wants to do with it as stated? Where would the money come from? Well, let me share something with you. The Creator has a strange way of causing women to find money, not just women, but people to find money. And when that money comes to you, put it away. Don't look to spend it. Don't rush to the store. Don't hurry up and get rid of it. Put it up somewhere and save it. For a wife who shows her husband that she can save money, he ain't got no problem giving her no money. So it might start coming from him. But she has to show that she's not one of those wasteful people that, you know, every time they get $50, they got to go hurry up and spend it. On what? Oh, ink pens. I needed ink pens in case guests came over and we needed ink pens for the drawer. The problem is not enough females that I know of that's married are proving their worth in that area, that they know how to save and manage and utilize money or resources. Because if they do, if she was married to me, she wouldn't have to worry about getting no money because I'll make sure she got some if she was married to me. Long as she shows me that she can handle money. But too many females don't know what to do with money. And I've seen that too much in life. They don't know what to do with money. Talking about an allowance, what is an allowance? An allowance is what she earned and what she's willing to do. Not, I don't like to use allowance when talking to a wife because, you know, it's something you deal with children. But in my opinion, if a man sees that his wife can't handle money, he ain't going to want to give her none. Period. He'll supply all her needs. He'll make sure she got everything she needs, but he ain't going to want to give her no money. But if she can handle money, she can save money, she can put money up, and she's accountable for everything, it'll be a different story. We ain't talking about nobody you put $16,000 in the bank account, 3 months later, you got $2 or $1.08. We ain't talking about somebody like that. We talking about somebody, you put $16,000 in the bank account, come back 6 months later, you got $17 or $17.50 because she invested in it. She made money with it. She utilized it. Or even if you still got the 16 left, that's a great thing. That kind of woman, a man ain't got no problem with. That's the kind of woman that a man brings shoes home to, coats and belts and hats and shirts and flowers and, things that women like. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Ima, what's next? Facts.
All right. The next law was given to us. Oops. By Autumn, Sister Life, and in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 12, verse 3. And it reads, in the eighth day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And her explanation is, as a way to remember the covenant our forefather Abraham made with the Most High, we are to follow in his footsteps and circumcise our male children on the 8th day of birth. I saw a post saying how circumcisions are barbaric and cause an intense amount of pain for a newborn to bear, and have also asked myself why such a painful experience to be a part of the covenant, but that answer I might not ever know. It's what the Most High chose for the males to do. That's it.
That's it for the commandments?
No. Okay. Another commandment was given to us by Brother Asa, Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 20, verse 10. And it reads, when thou comest nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And then he says, when you draw near to a city to fight against it, then you shall make call for peace to it.
Yeah,
is not the first option.
Did he give an explanation?
Mm-hmm. War is not the first option.
Oh, yeah, definitely. War is not the first option. And, I just thought about my wife's question, too, about where the woman should get her money from. Women can always have side hustles. Like I know one sister, one of her hustles was making fringes. The other sister was making soap. The other one was making perfumes and colognes and oils. She can always have a little side hustle in her spare time. One could just be writing letters, or tutoring, teaching children how to do something. It's always a way you can make money if you put your mind to it. Right?
And then the last law that I see posted is from Akoti Ornit, and it says Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 21 through 22. And it reads, thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near unto the altar of the Most High thy power, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Most High thy power hateth. And her explanation is, it refers to a sacred wooden pole, tree, or symbol associated with the worship of the Canaanite goddess Asherah. She said the lesson is that Israel was not to mix the worship of the Most High with the religious practices of the surrounding nations. Yah required worship that was set apart and not blended with pagan custom.
And we did that for a long time. We worshipped Asherah. Mm-hmm. We called her the Queen of Heaven, the wife of the Most High. We worshipped her. And a lot of our people today still worship her in what they call black magic or sorcery or witchcraft. A lot of them still worship her.
Okay.
Somebody said, I know I got bars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Brother Binyam says, I'm thankful to my elders for insisting upon my circumcision at birth. It would have been painful to endure it as an adult when I came to Torah. And I did want to speak on that because
what you know about a circumcision? May the Most High be praised, bro. What you know about a circumcision?
medically, the people saying how much pain that bears on a child. Like, I mean, if it's done right, the child doesn't feel that pain, and it's not a long process. Just seeing, because I've seen it done where it can be taken a long time, but a lot of times that means the baby didn't get enough anesthesiology, or the person doesn't know what they're doing properly. You can cut where it's too close. You can cut the skin where it pulls. I mean, it's different methods to it, but we got to think about. We have to think about, and it's something scientific, and I just can't think of the terminology right now. But 8 days. There's so many reasons why the Most High chose the 8th day, because we know that's when the blood starts to coagulate and thicken and all those things, and there's reasons why. But a lot of times what we do, and women, a lot of times we think of, oh, this is going to be so painful for the baby, and it's really just you that's really so much it's painful for you to watch it, because you're thinking, oh, they're feeling all this pain. We have no idea what they're feeling, truthfully. But if we think about it, if we truly just put our minds to the scientific process of it and how old they are and what they, how you can numb the area and all these things. Of course, anytime you go into something, you get cut, you're going to feel something, but it's the longevity of the process and making sure that it's just being done right. But we got to go into it understanding why the Most High picked the 8th day. Why as an infant versus, like he said, because I've heard of men, grown adult men, getting it. And I actually assisted with a sister who took her, I think he was 4 at the time, babe. Remember, I went with the sister and took her son to get circumcised. It is more painful at those times because they can see it, they can feel it. It's more painful when it comes to just them being able to get up and walk. A baby, you're cleaning the area for the baby. You're making sure that it's staying clean, all the things. But when they're older, it's harder. They're down longer, especially I've heard adult men are in the bed for almost a week. So we just got to think about the reason why the Most High picked the 8th day. Of course, we won't know factually why, because he didn't say. But if we look at
facts, we know some.
Yeah, but that's because we put together context clues and we looked into the science of it and why, But so I just think we got to look further. And I know a lot of people say it because that's just their first reaction, like, oh, it's so evil to do that, or that's just so much pressure on that child. But it's deeper. And and Golden Seal, solve is good. But we got to think about, when I read that, what I just read when my sister White posted, I thought about, this is a one-time covenant that child that he made for the male at 8 days, right? And to think about what that covenant covers, in the midst of that small incision, that happens. It's just, it's just deeper than so much. But that's what I thought about, like what small fraction of a sacrifice to do, and to think about. And when you think about that skin that's being cut, it's really excess skin that's being removed. And you think about that skin being cut, because a lot of times when that skin is left on, a lot of young men have infections because the urine sits in that pocket of that skin that's covering, and other things sit in it and get inside of it. So, there's so many different reasons, but yeah.
Sister Ornette, you can come on the platform and you can speak now. You had a comment about a lot to discuss.
Or find the comment, please, because it's been so many.
$1.08.
It's diabolical.
$1,008. It's a surgery, if that's what you're talking about. It costs a lot of money.
Oh yeah, $1,008. Yeah, they do cost a lot of money. Because as a grown person, you got to go almost. They have to put you to sleep in some ways, because you're not gonna sit there and take that. Let me see. I saw Brother Kizzle said medically, they say the body blood begins to clot and heal better on the 8th day. Yep, medically and scientifically. Sister Anit says that's the vitamin K. Yep, kicking in. It's the highest in the newborns on the 8th day. And then Brother Benyama said, at that time I told him it was not needed for him. And he said, for the Most High, I will do it. Those were his words. Wait, let me go back and see where. Oh, he said, my son insisted he become circumcised when he read it in Torah. He was 7 at the time. And then he said, at that time, I told him it was not needed for him. And he said, for the Most High, I will do it. Those were his words. Wow. That's good. And then Maury Kessel says they're crying, which in essence is all the baby does at that time. Right. A lot of times the baby's crying because it's just uncomfortable. It doesn't, I mean, of course they feel that cut to an extent, but it's just the uncomfortness. Like, ooh, what is going on? They have no idea. They don't like getting a diaper changed at that age, let alone anything else. Huh?
Yeah. They don't like getting their diaper changed.
Mm-hmm.
They'll cry at that.
Yeah. Maury says 8 days to be clean from the dead. So he's relating the 8 days of how the priests are ordained after 8 days. So, yes.
Do we have any more commandments?
Nope. I didn't see any more commandments.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It was on commandments for about 3 hours.
Yeah, it's almost 4:30. I'm just trying to see what the family want to do. We got 2,800 people still rocking with us. So I don't know. It's going to be up to y'all, family, what we do. Either we're going to go on and we're going to keep teaching, or we're going to come back next week and teach next week. So we're going to take the first three out of 4 that agree. That's on rock. If you're agreeing, let us know. You want to keep on teaching, you want to keep on a lesson, let us know. If you feel like you had enough, you want to take a break, let us know. Nobody's commenting. I put the link in the room for y'all who wanted to come on and speak, because we were talking about some very powerful subjects. So I put the link up there for y'all to come in if you want to get your opinion on anything. The link is there. But we're waiting for you guys to respond. If you guys don't say anything, we're going to shut it down. But if you respond and you let us know that you want to continue on with the class, we're going to continue on. Some will break regardless. I'm fasting. What that mean, though? He's fasting. What that mean? What shoes?
Brother Benyama said, have a blessed Sabbath. He's out.
All right, that's one. One for the go. You got one for the go. Anybody else? What you say? Have a great day. That's 2. We only need one more to say that's a wrap, and we done for the day. We're going to take 3 out of 4. If one more say it's a wrap, it's a wrap.
Maury Kessel says either way is cool.
Wait, then it don't even matter. Then you Maury.
That's what it needs.
That's not a yes. That's not a yes. You need a yes. Either a yes or a no, one or the other. We got 2. I'm good either way. None of that mean anything. We don't understand sign language.
Don't be indecisive. I can't vote.
Shabbat Shalom, Nicole. That's it. We're closing it out.
Nobody wants to say no. They just let you know he ain't gonna be here. They ain't gonna be here.
Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, who wants to close us out with prayer today? Anybody? See y'all next week. Who would like to close us out with prayer today? Anybody want to close us out with prayer? Nobody? No volunteers? Oh, it might be that delay thing. It might be on delay.
The last couple of times.
Yeah, it might be on delay. All right, I got it. I'll close this out. Nobody ain't volunteering. I'll do it. Coach Higdalia is going to close us out with prayer. Well, there's the link for anybody to decide who wants to close us out. If y'all get to it before I get the prayer going, y'all welcome to do it. Times like this is when I wish that my singing voice was better. Because if my singing voice was better, I'd be singing right now, serenading y'all with the song to the Most High.
Well, I could play a song.
Just playing a song. Pero kata abi Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher b'habanu mikoyo ha'amin v'noten lanu ha'torah. V'noten lanu ha'shabbat hazeh. V'noten lanu kol Yisrael mishpeka b'po ha'shabbat hazeh in anaknu. Toda rabah abi kikoyo otanu abi. Toda rabah. Ten lanu darik shalka abi. Asher naknu hosim biametika, that we may walk in your ways. Show us your ways that we may walk in your ways. Na abi, salak lanu kitot anaknu hosim lifnei ata. Forgive us of our sins that we have committed before thee. Great and mighty King, we ask for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, there is no power like you. There is no might like your might. There is none that can compare to you, neither in the heavens above, the earth beneath, or in the waters underneath of the earth. Truly, you reign supreme in all creation and all existence that lies beyond our imagination. You are the one who holds the key of life within your hands. You are the one who is the owning controller of all souls. You are the one that we should all humble ourselves before and seek permission to approach in our time of need. Please hear us, for we are your servants. We are your children, and we humble ourselves before your throne, asking for your undying mercy, your forgiveness, your kindness, your protection, and your blessings. For we have all lived a life separate from each other in many times and in many ways, and we are all full of sin, like filthy rags. But we desire to be cleansed, Father. We desire to have all of our sins removed from us completely, and that you will look at us and smile when you recollect all of our actions, thoughts, and deeds from the moment that you removed our sins from us. We don't want to be backsliders, Father. We don't want to do the drugs, Father. We don't want to steal or rob or even hurt others or harm others, Father. We don't want to be promiscuous in our actions, Father. We don't want to not take care of our children and not provide for our families, Father. We don't want to do those things. Therefore, we wrap all those things up and we place them at your foot of your throne and ask you to keep those things far away from us. For we want to be the best version of ourselves. We want to go home and cause our families to appreciate our existence, as opposed to going home causing disruptions, hurt, pain, and suffering for those that we claim to love. Teach us your ways, Father, that we may walk in your truth, and that we may be that perfect example to teach mankind how to live a life, how to serve you, and how to honor and please and worship you. Forgive us, Almighty One, for our ignorance, for it be great in our minds. Forgive us for not calling upon you when we rose early in the bouquet. Forgive us, O great King, for ignoring you throughout the course of our days when we didn't have you in our minds and in our spirits as we walked throughout the days. Please forgive us for that. And help us, Father, to have all the things that are positive and righteous embedded within us in our inward parts, where we do meditate on you throughout the course of our days, where we do pray to you day and night and morning, where we finally can once and for sure rest assured that you are hearing us because we have transformed our whole essence to be more like the people that you will be happy with. Thank you, O Most High, for the people that you have brought into the class today, for they did a wonderful, wonderful job contributing, helping the spirit to be ignited within us, to give us the strength and the energy that we needed to send a flawless life, to live a flawless life, to appreciate the beauties and the blessings that you have shared with us and given unto us. For you are great, you are mighty, you are our King, and we surrender ourselves to you to do your will down and forevermore. Toda Abi, for all your blessings of peace, love, happiness, and provisions that you provide in our lives. Unto you our power, we all say, Toda Rabbi. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers. Toda Rabbi. All right, where we at, family? Where we at? Can you address my comment? What's your comment, sis? Can you? Oh, what comment she put up?
Hold on, I'm looking. She said about the podcast.
Did you see the comment about the podcast?
I'm scrolling now to see.
Sis, could you repost it, maybe?
Oh, she said, I saw a podcast where Mel said that it's better to get a woman who's already established so he doesn't have to work or give as much.
He's a bum. He's a bum. He's a bum. He's a bum. That's your answer to your comment. He's a bum. He's a male for sure. You said it right. Where a male said, you said it right. He's a bum. Mm-hmm. He's a bum. Let me set the record straight so that you all understand. The part about, put that comment back up, please. If you don't mind. All right. The part about this comment that I understand to be good is that the man says a woman who is established, who is already established, no, that's not a thing. But a woman who has the mind frame, a working mind frame that can build and do things, can contribute to the healthiness of their success that's a special thing. That's a special thing. It takes a real wife to be able to contribute to a marriage in a manner that helps that marriage to flourish. It's extremely important. Now, for a man to take a wife and she doesn't have to work anywhere, but she does absolutely nothing, and she waits for a maid to come and clean the house and wash the dishes and wash the clothes and cook the food, then he ought to just marry the maid and divorce the wife because she ain't worthy. I mean, I'm talking about someone who does absolutely nothing but pretty her nails, go to the beauty shop, get herself looking pretty. She can't even mother her children. What's the purpose? What's the use? That's not a wife. That's a female. So I would suggest that every woman is able to have a working mind where she can learn things and help contribute to the marriage from the inside of the home. Even if it requires her, like, for example, we was looking for some people to help us with a project that we're trying to take on in Ohio. And this guy came out to give us some estimates for this little bit of work that we was needing to do. And I'm on the phone talking to the man. Now, I wasn't there. I was in Philly. So I was on the phone talking to the guy, Valentine. I was on the phone talking to Valentine about what needed to be done. And then I heard his wife say, no, we can't do it that way. We got to do it like this. Oh, that was a gem. That's what I was talking about. She didn't do anything disrespectful. She didn't do anything wrong. She contributed it when she needed to prevent us from making a mistake. And she was right there with her man, helping him to make that money. And my partner that's in Ohio, who was there, he talked about how he was so impressed with them too. Because they went over and above with the things that they had to do, and they worked together well. That's what I'm talking about. Valentine was a boss, but his wife was right there by his side, helping in the process. That's a beautiful thing. And she didn't step outside of her femininity where I had to question and say, because sometimes you talk to a lot of dudes and they wife got their input in it, you questioning who you're really talking to. Sometimes you don't even call the dude, you just call the wife straight up. Well, first you call the dude, say, yo, can I talk to your wife? Yeah. You call the wife. Because she the one with all the answers. She the one that's helping. She's the one who shows her heart is into it. Now, when you got a wife like that on your team, you got something special. I'm going to tell you. You got something special. A woman that helps. A woman that contributes. A woman that can do things. You know, not just an airhead. You know, looking for somebody to take care of her. Somebody that's going to earn her keeps. And make you say, you know what, let me go buy my wife this. You could be on a plane coming home to your family, and then you stop past a jewelry store or a pocketbook store or clothes shop or somewhere, flower shop, and you're thinking about your wife because you got such a great wife at home. Because she gets it in. So there we go. Beautiful thing. Well, she offers her intuition, which is appreciated. But she didn't just offer her intuition, she offered her expertise as well. Because she saw at that time what we didn't see. And I appreciated it. You know, and any man who got a wife who can't help or participate or give a suggestion or ideal, then he got a problem. Because every woman should be able to help out when she's called. When she's given an assignment, she should go overboard to make sure that assignment gets completed. I've seen this one video on Facebook, I believe it was, and then I'm not going to hold you up too long unless another question comes up. You might search for another question. I saw this one video online where this girl had been working for this company for 30 years. And I want y'all to peep what I'm saying because it's extremely important. She had been working for this company. No, it was 10 years. She was working for this company for 10 years, right? And a promotion came up and she wanted a promotion. But the promotion went to the new girl that only been there for a year. So the girl that's been there for 10 years got upset. And she get hostile. She go talk to the boss. She says, boss, I'm tired of this. He says, well, what are you asking me? And I want y'all to peep this because it's sharp. He says, what's the problem? What are you talking about? She says, well, I've been here working with you for 10 years like a slave. And this girl right here, pretty little young Joan. The other one was mediocre. She looked all right, but the other one was the attractive one, you know, built really well. So let me get to you. The younger one who's been there for a year was the one who was built really well, very attractive. The one who'd been there for 10 years was a pretty girl, but she didn't have nothing on the one that was very attractive. So the guy, the boss, who was a man, he gave the job to the new girl that's only been there for a year. So you know what everybody's thinking. Oh, he trying to get in her pants. No, it wasn't that at all. He wasn't trying to get in her pants. Let me tell you. This is what the man says. Oh, there was a car accident outside. Go down there and find out what happened to the girl that's been there for 10 years. Go down there and find out what happened. She go down there. She come back up. She says, oh, a guy got hit on his bike. He said, oh, yeah? What was the guy's name? She went back down there and found out. She came back up. She said his name was Jim Brown. He said, well, how did he get hit on his bike? What happened? She goes back down and now she's getting tired. She goes back down. She goes to the accident. She says, he said he was crossing the street and the guy didn't see him. And the guy turned the corner and hit him on his bike. And asked him, is he hurt? Did he get hurt? She goes back down there. This guy is running me back and forth, but he's paying me, so I don't have no problem with it. She go back down there. She asked the guy, did you get hurt? The guy come back. She come all the way back upstairs. She come tell the boss, yeah, he hurt his ankle. The boss said, oh, okay. Have a seat. So the girl sat down. You know, she all hot and sweaty, sweat pouring out her head. She getting a glass of water. She sits down. The boss calls the girl who's been there for a year, the pretty attractive, nice little body girl. He calls her in. He says, look, there's an accident outside. Go see what happened for me. She runs down the steps. She gets out. She checks around. She finds out. She comes back. She says, it was a guy crossing the street, and a car came across the street and hit him. The guy knocked him on the ground. His name is such and such. The driver's name was such and such. He hurt his ankle, and he needs medical treatment, and he's 54 years of age. She came back with everything. And the boss looked over at the girl that's been there for 10 years and said, you see why she got the promotion and you didn't? Did anybody understand what I just said? Mm-hmm. A lot of times we think we earn something just because of who we are, not because of what we do and how we do what we do, just because of who we are. And it's not so. He married you, but what do you do to show him that you were the right choice? If that man had gave that woman that promotion, he wouldn't have got half the things done. His company could not have progressed with her, because it takes her 45 minutes to an hour to do what that one girl did in 10 minutes. And a lot of people get complacent in their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've been with him for 15 years. Oh, he ain't nothing she could take. She done gave me everything. Who's she? And then when a man starts favoring her, the other wife that's been here for 15 years start thinking, oh, because she pretty, because she young, because this is the reasons why. And that ain't the way it go. She put out. She does extra. She goes the extra mile. He only got to ask her something a half a time because she reads his mind on the rest of his message. And she already on top of it. She taking all the notes. She's running with it. She's getting it done. But the one who's been around for 30 and 40 years, she start getting complacent. She feel like it ain't nothing she got to do to earn her keeps or to earn her keeps. And she end up losing her job. You know how it go. So that's how it goes. Brother Kazoo, shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. What's up, man?
Nah, I thought you said you wanted to sing a song. I was going to sing in the background. You doing it to feel but
it's in the background while I sing.
He said, while you do Safilla.
Oh. I agree. Say nobody never asked me to sing before, my brother. But I'll go for it now.
Go for what you know.
Man, you trying to embarrass brother, ain't you, bro? You trying to make it brother look. You trying to pull out my weakness, ain't you? I gotta stand on my strength. What you talking about?
Just imagine you're in the on stage Carnegie Hall.
Now he's trying to convince me to sing, y'all. You hear this? He's trying to convince me.
Like I knew.
I'll be your backup, bro. You go. You do. You the one with the voice. I'll be your backup.
There is no power like Yahuwah, great King of the universe.
Always doing wondrous things.
Let all Israel say amen. Ain't making mo Yahuwah, Melech Hagadoleo. On será que varim leflim, Yom Eko Yisrael, amen. There is no power like Yahuwah, great King of the universe, always doing wondrous things. Let all Israel say amen. Hallelujah.
Wonderful song, bro. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Anyone else? Take the link, y'all. Hit the link. The link is right there. Come on, say what you want to say, because once we close it, it's closed.
Join the praise session. Join the praise session.
Yeah, sing, dance, shout, ask some questions, get it off your spirit. Come on, let's go. Let's go, y'all. Anybody else? Nobody else. All right. Can't make them. Can't make them. All right. I appreciate you all for coming out today. May the Most High bring blessings upon you and the family. May the Most High keep you all safe and strong. Thanking the Most High for your life, for your health. And like I said earlier, if there's anybody that we need to talk to after this class, based on today's lesson, most of you know how to contact us. I'm sure the rest of you will learn how to contact us. So if it is the will of the Father, reach out and let us know, leave a message, email, subscribe, some kind of way. Let us know that you need to talk to us. And if you type on this page after the chat, we'll get that as well, and we'll be able to see that as well. All right, Ima, you want to put an email in there for the family, just in case they want to email us or something? So if you feel like you want to email us, we can talk further. We had a lot of stuff that we discussed today. And if there's anything that we can do to help you in your situation, please reach out and let us know.
That's the email.
I don't see anything, Ima.
It's scrolling down across the page.
Oh, across the page. Butaland at kifaring@gmail.com. Okay. All right, family. If there's anything you need, any conversations we need to have, the questions still on your mind, anything you want to contribute to the conversations at a later time, please let us know. And those of you who participated in the classes today by speaking out and typing and making your voice heard, and some of you, your video, Sister Atia came on and she contributed it tremendously. You know, we greatly appreciate these things. Brother Kezu came on and sang, and all of you who were in the comment sections helping this conversation to go on, may the Most High bring peace and blessings into your life as well. Toda Rabbah Kol Yisrael, Lahit Ra'ut. May the Most High be with you all. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah Land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kephariyim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKephariyim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKephariyim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.